What else are we doing?
Felwar Stone,
Okay.
reasonable.
Sure.
So we're just developing our mana here. Next turn's probably going to be a big turn for us if we're developing our mana this
Yeah, I would
month.
say if he's thinking this far ahead, right? It's to I need resource.
Yeah.
Then maybe he's not too worried. Maybe the other cards in his hand that we couldn't see are some other form of interaction.
We have our white mana now, though.
Also true.
Seems good.
Then I feel like there would still be a question if you were worried about Thadadel, you would probably still want to get rid of it now.
Yeah, it's a deals combat damage trigger, so you
Sure.
can if you can really try to buy your time by seeing where the attacks go. I know that some Tim Necrom lists are off the One Ring, which was Thadadel loves to be able to steal.
Yeah.
So you might be more inclined to attack Brandon. And I think if you attack Brandon, Luis is fine with letting Brandon's One Ring get stolen.
I was like, Alan could also just attack Luis.
Yeah, very easily.
Like,
Oh, but the path was discarded, so I don't think Luis is too concerned.
okay, sure. I feel like we're getting a text check on this guy.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's a weird one. Old Zendikar legend.
Yeah, I was gonna say, not one you see very often or at all. And swinging over at Brandon, it looks like.
Makes sense. I think Brandon is going to have a higher density of artifact-based payoffs.
Yeah, makes a whole lot of sense when you look at the table.
Brandon or Kyle also might have something.
Yeah, but if you're trying to guess, right, if you're Alan, because you saw
Yeah.
Kyle's list, but Alan doesn't know
True.
what he's doing over there.
Yeah. Great point.
So he's like, nope, you're cooking too hard. I'm scared. I don't want to go for that one. Also, I mean, if Alan really wanted to, or like if Kyle could have just blocked. He might have just been okay with throwing Viscera Seer.
Yeah.
After he picked up that Adele read it and put it back, you're like, if you want your trigger to actually happen.
You tell me. If I'm Kyle, I probably let it connect. I'm so behind on resources now from getting my win attempt stopped.
It's tricky.
It is tricky. Yeah.
I was like, luckily Alan didn't give him the choice.
Yeah. I love that Kyle went for it though. Even through the Ristic study, I think more players should start doing that. I mean, you're playing blackjack math a little bit, but either you hit or you don't, and
Sure.
I think your odds are typically better than not playing through Ristic study. I know a lot of players don't like to play through Ristic studies. I don't blame you, but I think the odds are in your favor, especially when you're in a situation like Kyle's to just go for it.
Yeah, I think sometimes you have to just be like, look, if I go now, they'll get a couple cards, but if you wait, they will definitely get a couple cards and then a couple more cards.
Yeah, you're just gonna start getting buried.
Like your odds are just higher of getting stuck on it. Oh, and another
One of these things is not.
I was like, what? This can't be a long game now. All of a sudden, for at least Alan.
Yeah.
2 crypts is intense, unless you're very lucky.
It's a little cryptic, if you ask me.
Get out of here. And a ring.
One ring.
Just cast your own, sure.
Seems good. Yeah, I don't need yours. I can cast mine. We're deciding to pay for Ristic Study. Not paying, not paying. Nice.
Mana
Okay.
Crypt not being legendary. It's crazy.
Should be.
I mean, it definitely falls in line with something that could be legendary.
The Mana Crypt.
The Mana Crypt. Just like the One Ring, but in Constructed, you can have 4 of them because flavor fail.
Yeah. If you don't jam, you'll never get that bread. Well said, Sam.
Besides the ring and just drawing a card, passing the turn. Yeah,
Reasonable.
nothing happened over here.
Prod everything, yeah.
Meanwhile, at any point, Dockside looks real good. And oh, speaking of which,
Wow.
this Dockside looks real good.
Michelle Stradamus over here. All right.
I was thinking, what would be good for Kyle right now? What, as you said, he's a little behind. All of a sudden, not so far behind.
Yeah, we're chilling now.
I was like,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
it's an amount. It's an amount. It's not. We're not in double digits, but almost.
Yeah. If you're not double digiting your Dockside, what are you even doing?
Now, I'm not 100% sure it's resolved
9.
yet.
It's 9, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah,
1,
we
2,
can't
3,
forget
4,
that's an artifact.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
So there could be some conversation here. Not 100% sure it's going to actually hit the table.
If I'm Luis and I see how many cards Alan has in hand, I might be passing, even though I have a Force of Will.
Yeah.
You have a One Ring, you can figure it out.
I mean, if you are okay with him getting the mana and then stopping something that he does with the mana, right? Like,
Yeah.
that's something you can do.
Yeah. I'd be scared of Red Blast. I think Red Blast and Pyro we have to look out right now for Kyle.
Yeah.
As far as the interactions.
Kyle does not have that many cards in him, though. So,
No.
like, his odds are obviously lower of having a way to fight back.
Right.
But never zero.
We also, with the concentration of reanimation that we have, we can... Something that we need to be on the lookout for, too, is maybe sacking that Dockside to reanimate.
Yeah, which, again, I would be surprised if the players know that that's, like, kind of where he's trying to... If that's a thing for him to do consistently.
Yeah.
Because we have already seen at least one reanimate effect.
I think...
But it looks like we might be getting some treasures.
Yeah. I think the Broodlord and the...
Are we just writing them down?
Smart, just
Nice.
tally.
Nice.
I think the Broodlord and the oh gosh, the Animate Dead would send alarm bells for me sitting there being like,
Yeah,
we
I mean,
really need to be conscious of it.
We can definitely assume, but it's always curious as to what's at the forefront of
True.
someone's mind against a deck that they are unfamiliar with.
Totally. I'm wondering too, after having looked at Kyle's list, if we could be seeing a Peer into the Abyss.
Well, he's what do we count? 9, 10?
I believe it was
9.
9. 1,
he'll
2,
have-
3, 4, 5, 6,
Yeah, he
7,
he
8,
put
9.
9 on there. Okay, so he's got 9 treasure, 10 mana right now total to work with.
Pretty good.
It's a reasonable amount, and then it looks like he's spending some amount here. 4? I can't tell what number he spun it down to. I
No,
guess
I
we'll
can't
find
see.
out.
You thinking about a wheel?
I mean, a wheel would be amazing for Kyle here. Oh,
Bergie, God of
yeah, I was like,
storytelling.
that is not a wheel.
We are making mana, y'all.
I mean, Kyle definitely has mana. Mana for days.
Yeah,
we're up there. It's what does he have left to do with it? And his hand very light.
Yeah, I'm curious. And you're fighting 2 Ristic Studies right now too.
Oh,
He's not playing scared, but I like it.
finally. Okay, we're tapping some land. Doing
Casting
oh, okay, sure. Yeah. I mean,
So Rakdos the Muscle. Let me tell you what Rakdos the Muscle does.
Luis just drawing cards.
So Rakdos the Muscle is a 5 mana, 2 black, 1 red, 2 colorless, 6/5 with Flample, flying and trample. Whenever you sacrifice another creature, exile cards equal to its mana value from the top of target player's library. Until your next end step, you may play those cards and mana of any type to cast those spells. And Rakdos can sacrifice another creature to gain indestructible and tap it, activate only once per turn.
So not bad, as Luis also picked it up to give it a read, but I mean, definitely has a couple of things to protect it. Now, you know, path effects and whatnot would easily take care of him, but we don't know if anybody actually has any of that left now that we saw Luis pitch his earlier.
Yeah, I think Alan is shields down here. I don't think there's any other interaction left. I think we're resting on Luis here to maybe stop what's going on. I don't think Rog Thras has anything either, especially being next in priority. I'm just passing.
Yeah, I mean, Kyle looking to only have maybe 2 cards left in hand, so would be impressive if he has anything kind of left to do this turn. Oh, and Luis deciding that this force, okay, sure. He said that, you know, it's worth forcing.
Yeah, I think it can start snowballing. You can sacrifice Dockside, potentially have a reanimation. You can sacrifice Viscera Seer to itself. You can also sacrifice Bergie if you really needed to or wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot.
Yeah, I think you just took the engine out of the car, and it's really impressive. Twice now, Rakdos has been the sort of decision maker in terms of pressure.
Everybody's very wary of Kyle, which
Yeah.
I think also just happens when you're unfamiliar with a deck, right?
Right.
As this is me assuming that none of these players know 100%
Right.
Rakdos the muscle, right?
Right.
And it's not a bad thing to try to play it safe. Oh, okay.
With 1 black mana floating, I think we're demonic tutoring for reanimate. We're gonna sack the Dockside to the Viscera Seer, and then we are going to
Just try this again.
try it again. Yep.
He's like, it show me another force effect, I guess.
Yeah. Priority,
I mean,
priority.
Yeah, I was like, politics and progress did seem. Once you see the fingers wagging
Yeah.
back and forth. But also, I mean, Luis has drawn a lot of cards. He probably has the most to work with in terms of possible interaction. Because I think you're right. Alan's probably looking a little dry over there.
And maybe that's the conversation. It's like, guys, we have to figure out how to stop this. What do we have?
Yeah.
Brandon, I think, is more than happy to just sit back and go, pass priority.
So far, he has also drawn a decent amount of cards. But he hasn't looked particularly worried yet.
No. No, the hand gestures haven't been too crazy coming from Brandon. And this right now that we're getting to the thick of the game, I think is where the pressure really turns up, and the heat of being in the kitchen for this is my winning in.
Yeah.
The tensions are high at this
It
table.
would be interesting if Kyle's like last card was wheel or something like that, like
Right.
something to, because otherwise, right? Even if he resets the board here for himself, gets some treasure going, like recast Rakdos, I don't know what else he does after that.
Right.
Oh, and then no, it looks like Brandon said no, thank you.
Fluster on the demonic tutor, so we're not even gonna.
Storm count, some amount.
No funny business here.
Some amount you're not paying for with one treasure up.
Yeah. Yeah, it's impressive that the entire table. It's taken the entire table to keep Rakdos in check.
Yeah.
That's like, I think, compliment to the deck.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine there's much left for him to do after that
No.
besides pass the turn.
All right, we're rolling. We're going for it.
Double block.
Oops. Yeah. Make 2 treasures. So that was a ritual in the form of an attack.
Yeah.
All right. What do we got cooked up, Brandon? We needed those 2 treasure. Let's see it happen. Swing with Rog, double block, Bergie, and Dockside is not something you see every day.
It's a fun one there.
Dockside.
Oh no, it's even more now.
So his counts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Count 6 unless Kyle here cracks 7.
Yeah, it's like there's always an opportunity to crack a treasure, but
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
yeah, because I think Luis not adding much to this with only 1.
Oh, it's 8. I'm sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh no, it's 7. Oops.
Yeah, 1, 2. Yeah, it looks like everybody's got about 2 or 3.
Pretty good.
If it resolves, which is looking to be questionable.
Oh, that's some spicy tech.
Bounce my own ring?
I think it untaps it.
Or untaps it?
Yeah.
I can't actually see what spell that is.
I think it's a 1. I think it's a Twitch. Or, not Twitch. What's the one?
Twiddle?
Twiddle. I think it's a Twiddle.
Uh-oh.
I think
Sure.
we twiddled our One Ring.
Okay, sure. Alan's still under the protection of the ring
Yep.
until we get back to his turn, but drawing more cards, always good.
Pretty decent. The One Ring being wonderful for educating everyone on what a hidden trigger is. That nightmare.
Yeah.
All right. We are cooking. It makes sense now why we are fine losing our Rog. I'll replace it with a Goblin.
Yeah. Red card for a red card. Just one that brings a whole lot of luggage in the form of treasure.
True. Pack your bags. We're going to the treasure shop.
It still seems like he's on the stack, though.
Yeah, there's certainly discussions here.
It's like, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, what could Brandon do with all those cards in hand and, 8 or 9 treasure?
Win the game?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Maybe not.
If this is followed by a Tamir Sabretooth, I'm going to laugh very hard. Lot of thinking.
I mean, we imagine Kyle's out of this conversation in terms of like interaction, just straight up.
Yeah.
So I have to guess that it's between Al and Luis sitting here talking, going, "Well, here's what I got. This is what I'm thinking."
I think that's I have a blue card. I have a blue card.
Here, I'll hand you a blue. You force it.
Yeah. I think, and this is just conjecture based on having played a lot of Sim de Crom, I think he's showing either a Force of Negation or a Mind Break Trap.
Sure.
Showing, I can't use this yet, look, but I have it. If you have something, I can back you up in the future.
Right. Oh, jeez. Everybody but Brandon.
I love table politics like this. I unironically love I hate it when it happens to me, but like,
Sure.
I love the look what I have. Look, I love the kind of...
You're like, everyone acknowledges, but you.
Yeah. It's almost like an intrigue board game kind of thing.
Which is funny, because like everybody just fought Kyle, but now he's showing him cards. So
yeah,
just a funny full circle moment.
CEDH is a series of 3v1s, and I love to see it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm assuming that they're maybe just counting here.
So we are going from 2 to 9 treasures. Pretty good.
Yeah, but like he's got to actually do something with them, right?
Yeah, you certainly do. Yeah. Okay.
He's not even using them yet.
I like it. Using your most
going down to a healthy 32.
We're gonna see a wheel. I'm feeling a wheel.
Yeah, he still has quite a few cards in hand. A wheel seems...
We're breaching.
I would say, I could see... Oh, I'm floating some mana, maybe?
Love these. Love these energy.
Whatever it takes
Very cute.
to keep track.
So we have 1 colorless floating. What are we ripping?
That is the question here.
I'm excited. The tension's killing me on this. Magda. Oh.
Okay, sure.
Wow. That's really good. Extremely good. What card is beside Ristic Study and the Rog Thrust? That is a Guild Artisan background enchantment that is being played in the 98.
Yeah, had to do a check on that earlier.
Yeah. Okay, we have a Magda.
Sure.
And we're 1 treasure away from 2 activations.
A lot of looking at their hands between Luis and Alan. So.
Yeah. That Mind Break Trap, I think that's there, is not going to work. I think the thing that they have to be worried about now, I'm going to see if Brandon has this, to see if Brandon is going to activate Magda for a Curse Mirror to be able to copy the Dockside. Yeah.
I mean, looking at just cards so far, it seems like a good guess that that's somewhere in this list.
So the other option that we have available right now, if we're Brandon, is we can activate Magda, get a Cloudstone Curio, recast Rog, bounce the Dockside, and then do a Cloudstone Curio loop for infinite mana.
Sure.
Once we have infinite mana, we cast Thrasios, and then we filter all that infinite mana into Thrasios to win the game.
That would be a line, assuming that we can't be stopped here at this point.
Right. We also have the ability, we don't have Curse Mirror in this deck if we're Brandon. We do have Machine God's Effigy,
sure,
which can be grabbed as well to copy Dockside.
So some of this is going to come down to what's in Brandon's hand right now. Oh, okay. That's
We're
a pact.
scared. Yeah.
I mean, this is a reasonable time to be scared.
Yeah.
This is a reasonable pact.
Yeah. It's completely reasonable. It's either I'm going to time walk myself or lose the game. Especially on a win and in.
Yeah. Like, I can see why...
Wow.
I can see why Luis would not want to pact.
Yeah.
Just because, like, that eats his turn, essentially, but...
Yeah. We have a Veil of Summer in response to a Pact of Negation targeting Magda.
It's like, if you don't answer this Veil, then Brandon probably wins.
100%.
Because he just knows at that point he can't be stopped.
Yep.
Veil's till end of turn, folks.
Pretty good. And I'm going to cantrip on top of it. Enjoy.
Yeah, I will also draw a card. for your rudeness in trying to counter me.
And if I'm... My stomach is sinking right now. If I'm Luis, Alan, and Kyle seeing this Veil of Summer, I've been in their position before losing, in my winning in the top 16. It sucks. I feel for these guys.
It's definitely not a great feeling, no matter what, to be close So I'm sure there's a lot of conversation happening and trying to stop this.
And we have the so it looks like that was the third spell needed. We have a Mind Break trap right now. I'm assuming targeting Veil of Summer and targeting Magda. The trick is, oh no. You could, if you really wanted to be cheeky, you can,
I think you still have to target Veil purely because if he has other things, like the Veil is a nail in a coffin in a way, right?
You can be cheeky if you wanted to and only get the Veil. That way the pact resolves, and he still has the pact trigger on his upkeep.
I think trying to counter Veil is reasonable. If no one has any other counters this turn, then the Veil is slightly less relevant.
Yep.
But I guess we'll figure out exactly like where he aimed it.
So it looks like we are choosing, based on the way they were gesturing, Mindbreak Trap is targeting Veil of Summer, and
is that a Flare of Denial?
That is a Flare of Denial hard cast.
Yeah, as I say, he doesn't have a blue creature to toss here. Not without Thrasios, at least.
Pretty good. So we're gonna counter the Mindbreak Trap.
I feel like Brandon's been waiting. He's collected off that Rhystic some solid cards to try to make this turn happen.
Yeah. One of my concerns here now is Brandon can't go deeper, right? Brandon can't put any more mana into protecting this win, otherwise your Magda doesn't work.
And it looks like...
Offer you can't refuse on the Flare of Denial.
But it will give him 2 more treasures.
Oh, yeah. That actually...
So, it would counter, but give him money back, essentially.
Yeah, especially if he drew something.
So, an interesting card to need to use here.
Amazing.
It might change the math for Brandon still back in his favor.
Yeah. The other thing to consider as well is if Brandon can get an MBT, you can still do this favorably where you...
So it looks like he let offer resolve.
Smart.
And was like, that's okay. I'm gonna get these treasures. Now I'm gonna think.
Yeah.
For a second.
Yeah, if you can just get rid of that Mindbreak Trap, and let Veil of Summer resolve and still have Pact resolve, I think that's the golden... That's golden for Brandon. But it looks like the stack's resolving.
It looks like they're breaking it down and saying, nope, I guess no Magda.
Okay. I think...
So Veil being exiled, I believe, too, right?
Yeah. So Veil and Pact exiled. I think Alan did Luis a huge solid there.
Yeah, which, I mean, I think they helped each other not lose right now, right? So...
We're gambling. Okay.
Okay.
Looks like a Cloudstone Curio is in the yard as well. Below Lotus Petal.
Oh, I trust you. I can't see it. His whole stack is like right behind where my mic is, so I'm like peering around it like, huh?
Mental misstep on the gamble.
And really going in on Brandon.
Luis has drawn like a million cards. I'm not surprised to see the interaction suite that he has, but
it's just interesting he's hit so many of them specifically, right? I mean, he's cast at least 4 counters.
We have an Apple of Eden.
An apple. We talked about it earlier, but there's a lot of text on this card, and it is quite new. So.
Yeah, I think you have to hit Luis, right?
You can't target Alan.
Oh yeah, you cannot target
Alan is under protection still. I know he has extra counters on his ring. It makes it look different. I hope they all remember, but I would assume Alan remembers if nothing else. Yeah. But yeah, we have not gotten back to Alan's turn yet to unprotect him. So
I think Kyle's. I don't have a hand.
Yeah, Kyle has 3 cards face down and said that none of these are what you're looking for. You need to pull Luis apart, and Luis has a lot of cards in hand still, even with as many things as he cast.
Yeah.
He's been drawing off that Rhystic Study like crazy.
There's a way to cobble a win. I'm pretty confident in Luis's hand. I'll take more cards over Timocrum also, and this is not a slight to Rakdos the Muscle, but Timocrum just has a higher card quality as a deck than Rakdos the Muscle. And Thadadel also has a lower card quality than Timocrum.
I was like, Luis feeling really not good about this, I'm sure.
Yeah.
If there's anything that can, because I don't think the apple's resolved yet. I think they might be talking about it. What hard to say, right? There's definitely conversation happening. And the apple would be a scary thing for Luis specifically, given that Alan knows he's safe. I mean, Alan doesn't want Brandon to keep playing cards.
Right.
But
it's weird, too, because if you're casting Luis's cards, the apple refills the cards that are cast, but you're also going to feed the Rhystic Study.
yeah, so you're just going to see a lot.
Yeah.
And while Alan can't be targeted, that doesn't stop him from losing still.
Yeah.
This is like before we get back to his turn.
Brandon going, is it resolving? Is it resolving?
Yeah, it's like, we'll assume there's some amount of politicking here.
Big time.
What's the apple do? Do you still have it pulled up?
Yeah, so Apple of Eden is a 4-mana legendary artifact. You sacrifice it, you exile target. I'll just read the card.
Yeah, I was like, yeah. Mostly just because there's so much text, I wouldn't want to say it wrong. The gist of it is he'll get the choice of someone else's hand to use and cast cards from.
Yep. So this is Apple of Eden, Isu Relic. This is from Assassin's Creed. I almost called the Secret Lair. Universes Beyond. Legendary artifact, 4 mana. Tap it, pay 4 life, sacrifice Apple of Eden. Look at the target opponent's hand and exile those cards face down. You may play those cards this turn, and mana of any type can be spent to cast them. Until end of turn, whenever you play a card or whenever you play a land or cast a spell this way, its owner draws a card. At the beginning of the next end step, return the exiled cards to their owner's hands. Activate this only as a sorcery.
Yeah. So he's showing off what's in his hand. Not sure what he's so scared of as I mean, Luis has a lot of cards in here. We can't see everything, but
2 cards, maybe it's Thorkel.
I mean, he could be saying, look, if anybody can do something about this, like it's not good.
Yeah. All right, we're appling.
Okay.
We're appling Luis.
Yeah, which as mentioned earlier, like Alan can't be a target. Kyle doesn't have a lot of cards, so like Luis is like the true option here. I see an Odawara. I think there's a Reb in there.
Bowmasters, Born Upon a Wind.
It's interesting, right? Because Brandon doesn't have a whole lot of resource left to work with, though. As much as he can try to cast cards, like as far as like lands and other things, like he's already used up a lot.
That's a really good apple. I do agree. We see a Jeweled Lotus. I see a Lion's Eye Diamond as well.
Oh, that might make things awkward.
Yeah.
I could see it specifically LED being in his hand is scary.
If we have a way to get Breach if we're Brandon, I think we're cooking. The fish is cooking here at Fishbowl 4.
Yeah. I mean, always quality to note that when you steal somebody's hand and your yard matter, like if you're casting their cards, they're going to their yard, so...
Yeah.
Some of that math doesn't work out for, like, maybe Breach Line specifically, because Brandon doesn't actually have, like, that many cards.
So in response to being targeted, we're using Red Elemental Blast targeting Rhystic Study, triggering Rhystic Study.
Huh.
And I think now maybe the conversation is... he doesn't get the cards? I don't know.
Just doesn't want to let him have any extra value?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Or if he's trying to clear the way for, like, a counterspell still.
Yeah.
Because he knows that if he hands a Reb over, like, if Alan has even a single counter left, it's dead.
True, yeah.
So then I think that this makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. All right, apple's resolved.
It's just, yeah, here you go.
So for every card that Brandon casts and doesn't play for Rhystic, Luis will draw 2 cards.
Yeah, it's a lot.
I did see Alan has a Misdirection in hand.
Okay.
Something to be wary of. I did not see another blue card though.
Yeah, to say Alan notably just doesn't have like mana open, right? So we're looking at freebies right now.
Yeah.
And yeah, politics for sure. Which I mean, you have to expect. It's these players winning in. They all want to win, and we're getting down to the nitty-gritty where there's not going to be too many turns left to have an opportunity to win.
Precisely. Yeah, this is the end game right now. This is the gotta make it happen. Tensions again are high. All these players I've seen them all around. They're all very kind, lovely people, but they're killers. They're here to win.
Yeah.
They're fierce competitors.
So if you're playing competitively at all, like winning is top of the list here. I'm sure they'd all like to participate in top 16.
Oh
so.
yeah. Oh yeah.
So right now, it's really just going to come down to what Brandon can do with his limited resources he has left.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know if it's worth prioritizing that LED, dumping your hand, prioritize the LED, and then really just play with Luis's hand.
Yeah.
Oh, Mox Diamond.
Stifling the apple trigger would have been cool.
Yeah.
It would have been a neato thing to do.
So I think it's the line that I see right now for Brandon.
Sure.
I think I saw a Wishclaw Talisman in Luis's hand.
Okay.
So we can Wishclaw and grab an Underworld Breach.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry. We cast the Wishclaw. We cast the LED. We activate Wishclaw, hold priority, crack the LED.
Okay, yeah, you could get enough mana going like that way, if assuming that it's a Wishclaw.
And then cast Underworld Breach, and then...
Because that's all I can think is, like, there's such a small little funnel of, like, he can only do so much with this little bit of mana he has, so how do you make it better?
Yep.
So LED, sure. And
we have a gamble in yard if we're Brandon, so if Underworld Breach resolves, we have a Lotus Petal in yard as well, so then we Lotus Petal, then we gamble, then we Brain Freeze, and then we win the game.
Yeah.
That's what I would do. I'm just a wee little hot dog man, though. Brandon has Trick Bind, Stifles the Apple Trigger, return the cards.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that nobody had a way to stop this fancy apple.
Yeah. Apple is eating good right now. I know Ori cast it.
I was gonna say we've seen it twice now. Huh?
Yeah, people are really hot on this card. I'm not sold on it. Sure. Brandon might be convincing me otherwise, though.
Maybe it's one of those things where when it's good, it's really good, but sometimes just doesn't do anything, and you're like, "Why is this in my deck? I hate this card." You know?
Yeah.
I mean, it also just goes off of the quality of the hands of all of your opponents and how well you can actually even use their spells.
True. Or what kind of hands they kept, or...
Right.
Yeah.
It's only as good as your best opponent's hand.
Yep.
And sometimes that's plenty. As we saw, I mean, Luis had just a grip, right?
Yeah.
Like, it seemed pretty hard to miss getting something of value.
Yeah, you should be able to get here.
Definitely a lot of conversing happening here. Not sure what Alan's gesturing. I feel like he's like, look at my hand. He can't take it, but look at it.
Brandon's seeing everybody's hand now. Jeez, Luis. Yes. Maybe the conversation was, what do I play around? What do I play around? Okay.
Yeah, interesting. He's just giving us a face up, so not sure why, but
maybe Brandon. I've been in the situation with Brandon before. It's like, okay, I'm trying to think of everything I have to play around.
Yeah.
And maybe Alan's like, here.
Like, here, if you got it, just figure it out. Maybe. Yeah. Sure. It's one way to do it.
I don't see how misdirection could really throw things off our trajectory here.
I mean, it's arguably up to Brandon to find the line.
Yeah.
I mean, it can take a minute when you have your own hand to look at. You have a whole other hand to look at.
Yeah.
And math to do, right?
That's the other thing too.
And three people talking to you the whole time you're also trying to do all of these things.
Yeah, it's so much harder being in that seat than it is.
Oh, absolutely.
It's so sterilized.
I mean, 1v1, that is a thing. But when you have two extra bodies, sitting there talking and like trying to work stuff out, it's just a lot.
Totally.
And you do have a time limit. I mean, you have to respect the clock in making your plays.
I'm playing.
But yeah, I mean, this just looks like a lot of thinking on Brandon's part. Wait.
It is so much harder to be in that situation.
I think we're doing something. We have made a decision. Which I believe you use 2 treasures, tap the mock, so tapping 3? Maybe? Possibly?
Looks like it. Imperial Recruiter?
Okay.
Sure. Imperial Recruiter. I'm gonna look and see what we could grab with this Imp Recruiter here. What are you working?
And then I think he cracked the LED.
To be able to cast.
And then, I mean, he still had a lot of cards in hand. Some of them just look like land and like a Manglehorn or something. I can't even.
I think that's what he discarded from. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Brandon. Let's see what we're. Brandon Chen. 3 green floating. Looking at the list now, what could we cast for 3 green?
Yeah, green being the interesting number here. Or color for 3. So, I mean, I assume he's sitting there looking, but we'll find out.
Saber-tooth?
Metamorph. Oh, then the color didn't matter.
No. Okay, so we're going to Dockside again.
Sure, so you copy Dockside. And then the math hasn't changed too much in regards, but you'll get some amount of treasure is probably just enough here. Like,
yeah.
If we do the quick count, it's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And we're
7?
getting pyroblasted
Oh
by
my.
the Phyrexian Metamorph.
Kyle sitting back, relaxing until right now.
Yeah. Wow. Out of nowhere.
Out of 3 cards, one of them had something to do.
Brutal.
And I feel like Brandon is not a fan.
No, Brandon does not seem too happy.
I mean, because all of the lines need him to resolve a way to get more mana.
Yep.
That's like where he has to start, right? Like he has no land drop left to like make something happen.
Just imagine Kyle suggesting a clone. So we resolve. Possibly? Oh, maybe Kyle's just showing it? Maybe Kyle's just showing it. Okay.
Huh.
We have 7 treasure.
Sure. I was like, I don't understand because he could do it.
We have to be careful too if Brandon does, you know, if this results in Brandon not being able to win, all these exiled cards go back to Luis.
Proposing a draw, maybe. I mean, they're obviously having a lot of conversation here.
This is all a win in. There's no way these players
Yeah, I was
draw.
gonna say, it seems unlikely that it would be in anyone's favor.
This is tough though. I mean,
this is a face up. This is Luis's hand, so it's not even too hard for Brandon to just be like, this is what I'm trying to figure out here. We're working through it. We're all looking at everybody's hands together, basically.
everyone has all the information. Maybe the conversation, how do you crack the top deck tutor? If Brandon sees though that Wish Claw can just get around this known Pyroblast, I think he's cooking. A lot of talking though.
Yeah, we have looked through these cards.
Maybe Kyle's trying to see if he sees the line. A lot of factors right now. We also, every card's gonna feed Luis two.
Yeah, I was like, he has drawn quite a few over there than just adding to everything.
There's the Wish Claw. Claw Bowmasters.
You know, just moving some cards around, having a conversation. Unfortunately, I mean, we can't hear what the players are discussing, so they clearly have some things to talk through.
Yeah. I think Brandon is so far ahead. I think he's just. If I was Brandon, I'd be going, just counter it. Like, I'll figure it out. Just do it.
Funny enough, like, Brandon's only line to win is something that involves him winning with, like, Thoracle, right? Like, because Alan can't be targeted this turn, so, like, anything that would involve taking players out individually
Yeah.
does not work.
Yeah, I think the line here is still you Wish Claw, you grab Breach,
Mm-hmm.
and you have Gamble and Lotus Petal in yard. You have enough cards to escape them as well. You also have Born Upon a Wind to help respond to anything.
I guess some of them might change depending on the fact that Kyle showed that Pyro.
You play around Pyro if you just even if you Brain Freeze, you'll have your whole yard and you'll have a bunch of mana. Pyro's happened if you cast Thoracle, you have enough protection in your yard.
I guess we'll find out where I'm so curious what the conversation is at this point.
Yeah, I'm hard to even speculate
Because
what.
I feel like we've passed hands around so many times we could flip all these face up probably.
Something that Matt Sperling has actually wrote articles for Top Deck about, and I know you know Matt. He's a San Diego local.
Great guy.
Amazing guy. Pro Tour player. Amazing caliber guy. I really appreciate his views on the game. Something that Matt Sperling has talked a lot about is the fear when you're playing. The fear is this sort of omnipotent presence of being sort of scared to go for a win. The what if my opponent has a counter magic, etc.
Waiting too long versus... Well, it looks like this Pyroblast is getting cast.
Yeah. Okay, so the treasures never were made.
Yeah.
Okay.
It seems just preemptive there.
Extremely reasonable.
They could have also just been illustrating how many it would have been, just
Right.
for talking purposes. We can't say.
Yeah.
So if people were sitting there trying to do the math, it was easier just to like show it so he could figure it out. But yeah, so with no Metamorph, Luis gets so many cards.
Yeah.
Luis has like half of his deck.
It's
and now
incredible.
it's his turn.
Let's see how many points Kyle's at. Because when I asked them all, they all said it was a win and in. Kyle.
So now Luis is on Dark Ritual.
Kyle theoretically could go with the draw, but the three other opponents are win and ends. I don't think they'd go for it.
So what do we do with 3 black mana with 500 cards in hand?
Yeah. Going to 2 black mana for. Let's just rip the console, baby. Let's go.
Well, we know some of the cards just because we already saw them, right? So
Yeah. Okay, Imperial Seal, and we
Sure.
can crack that now with our Born Upon a Wind. And maybe this will be the breach with the LED in yard being cracked from.
yeah, I was
Red
saying,
Music.
funny enough, just the LED's already there.
Yeah. I think Luis is taking this down.
I mean, he's moving quick. I mean, if I was Luis, I would have already been thinking of what I'm going to do on my turn if I get my turn. Like he had all the time in the world to kind of like consider what he could do with those cards.
Totally. It makes sense too. I'm thinking about it now. Luis using that Red Elemental Blast. Maybe the concern was Brandon using it on his risk study. So
Sure. I do think it was just also just correct to not leave him with more interaction.
yeah, totally. Born Upon a Wind.
Sure.
Crack that top deck tutor.
Like anybody?
Hmm?
No? I mean, Brandon has nothing, you know, because of the LED and everything else,
Yep.
right? So like he's just kind of out of the conversation now.
Yep. There's one misdirection in Alan's hand.
And
Rakdos has
Kyle's
some
tapped and used his pyro. Dockside gets some amount. Not crazy, but you know.
Two.
1 on Brandon's side?
3 on Brandon's.
Oh, he moved him to the bottom. Yeah, 1, 2,
4,
3.
5, 6 treasure. Propaganda treasure tokens. Those are awesome. Shout out Propaganda. 7. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6. 7. Oh yeah, that arcane.
I was like,
signet.
that arcane signet is thrown out.
All right. Let's Wish Claw.
Yeah, we knew the Wish Claw was there.
Think this is a wrap, y'all. Think this is a wrap. Even
Almost
the-
thought that earlier though. So
That's
but,
true.
But I do think the window has gotten significantly smaller on being able to stop him. the bowmaster that we also knew about.
I also
Alan can't be targeted, but
Yeah.
I guess you could pick off something or just poke somebody here. Aim it at Brandon.
yeah.
Yeah, I was like, it's just kill recruiter for value. Or not. Nope. Change his mind.
Something that Kyle could do if looks like that's what's happening. So Kyle sacked the Viserys Seer in response to fizzle the Bowmaster trigger.
Yeah.
Smart play. Okay.
Cool.
Mnemonic Betrayal is also really good right now.
Who knows what's in Luis's hand? Could be anything because it's like half his deck.
Yeah.
Talisman, sure. We got a lot of mana. We're cooking up something.
Wheel.
Okay. Wheel, sure.
Okay.
Are we trading out 7 cards for 7 cards here? Oh, he was just like all land? Wild. What a dumpster of a hand left. He drew just like
Terrible.
straight air.
I'm a little
It
scared
was like
right now.
it was like 6 land and a swan song.
I'm nervous now if I'm Luis, having just refilled my opponents.
His hand looked very scary until we saw all the actual cards that were left besides the few that were revealed earlier.
Yeah. I'm really surprised that that Wish Claw is not being prioritized.
Yeah. I mean, Orc Army, gigantic.
Yeah, we have 21 Bowmaster triggers.
Yeah. None can... Alan's still safe from Bowmaster.
True.
So funny. But Alan's, that Adele is not safe.
True, yeah. You can clear the board pretty efficiently.
So it's one of those things, even if somehow you can't win this turn, if you can clear out everything else and ensure that your opponents don't have much to do, that's also a thing.
All right. Applying the life total pressure. What?
Yeah, I mean, you only had so many. They gotta go somewhere.
What do we got? What do we got?
The rest of the treasures in?
Image, okay.
Okay, sure. Let me do this again with not much of a difference.
And this is gonna be the litmus test here.
Yeah, I say this is the what did you guys draw? Anybody?
Yeah.
I mean, Kyle's still being tapped. Probably has less of a chance of having interaction. Oh, and Brandon with the force. Pitching something.
Snap.
Behind my mic, but yeah. Snap, I think.
I'm
That birds! That early birds!
Wow.
The hidden blue mana.
Wow. Okay. Alan for sure doesn't have anything now. Brandon does not have any more free interaction.
Okay.
We're making treasure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I was like really proving that Ragavan the most powerful thing you can do on turn 1.
Pretty good.
Because that birds that he stole from Brandon, I believe, is just came in clutch.
Yeah.
Let's say.
Yeah. We got there with it.
It was the only thing that was left.
That was the make or break MVP Birds of Paradise. Yeah. And Tim Necrom.
Yeah. Best card not in the deck.
Yeah. If we only had 1 power, oh my goodness. I'd play that any day of the week.
It is still curious as to see what Luis actually drew, right? Because, I mean, a wheel could be anything.
Yeah.
Like, you can draw straight hot air, but he did already have a pretty awkward hand to land, so he's less likely to have drawn that again.
Yeah, he got pretty unlucky with those draws.
Yeah, that was just wild. Although you could agree luck was still helping him if he got to his turn and got to wheel and get rid of that.
True.
He got all that chaff out without having to do anything himself because he was just drawing those extra cards because of Brandon.
Yep. So Luis is asking about graveyards now.
Oh no.
That tells me meme bet's on the way.
No! Get the count.
Yeah. I think there's free mana on everyone's yard too.
Yeah, probably.
All right. 7 treasure. We have a wish claw.
Yeah, Wicklaw's still just waiting to wish for something.
Casting Timna. Get a Ragavan attack.
Mm-hmm.
Who do we hit?
I was like, it can only be Kyle or Brandon.
All right, hit Kyle.
Sure.
We got a Marsh Flats.
Okay, which is a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah, we're gonna
That's okay. The treasure's what we wanted.
lose a life, draw a card off Timna for Magavan connecting. We should have all of the information we need.
More mana. Nice.
All right, so we have one of the pieces secured if we're going for Breach here. I sound like a broken record.
Because eventually, a Breach had a good chance of showing up in a lot of different scenarios.
I think Brandon had a true and tried shot with it. Fortunately got snuffed. I think Luis has a tried and true shot with it right now. Maybe explaining, look, I'm just going to get this.
I feel like everybody's had like one good shot at rolling out a win here. I think Alan was the one who didn't get a chance yet.
Yeah. If I'm Luis, I'm feeling great right now.
Yeah, I mean,
I think,
he had to feel great the second a turn actually got passed to him.
Yeah.
Instead of having his hand just used for someone else's game.
Yeah. Yeah, that apple really... I mean, I think Brandon was threatening the win, but...
Oh, yeah, he absolutely... They needed to fight him super hard there.
Yeah, it was high risk, high reward.
Here, you can have the Witch Claw. If it gets back to you, I'll deal with it.
Okay. All right. This is make or break.
Yeah, I was like, what's the secret card? What did he wish for?
If you really wanted the style points, you wish claw face up.
Just flip it.
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, if you're doing it anyway,
Yeah.
why not?
Let's see it. Let's see it happen here.
Countdown, what is that, 2, 3?
Final fortune.
Okay. Okay. We're in it. You know, we're in it to win it now.
Yeah.
Maybe. Maybe. I mean,
Yeah.
Alan could still have interaction for this, possibly.
I'm really curious what the next steps are. I don't want to do any conjecture. I'm a little surprised to see that final fortune, to be honest.
Well, if maybe he thinks he can get everything in but can't quite win this turn. Or just wants to ensure that even if he somehow can't do it this turn, even if they fight him, then he just does it the next turn. I actually think this is a pretty reasonable time to go for it.
Yeah, I think it's reasonable.
The Orc army alone can just kill somebody.
Yeah.
He could take somebody out of the game and then try to do other things after combat, even if he really wants to.
Yeah, I know Luis has played in a lot of tournaments. I recognize his name seeing him go, and I know he plays a lot. I hope it works in his favor. To me, at least the style I play, that's a little bit of an unnecessary risk, because I think he had it on lock. But I think it's going to pan out still in his favor.
Well, we'll see where all of these are going here.
So we're swinging across. We still have protection from everything. I don't know if that was missed.
Yeah, it's like until Alan gets back to his turn, nothing would hurt him.
Yeah.
So I do hope that Luis has considered that. Because you can very much so declare attackers at someone that is under ring protection.
Yep.
You are allowed. And I am afraid that he might not have considered that. I'm not sure.
Oh. So lose 2, draw 2.
I see him gesturing at the ring.
Yep.
I mean, once you declare combat, you can't take it back.
Yep.
Not at a competitive level. And I feel like Luis was pointing at Alan with some amount of this combat.
Yep. So.
I could be wrong.
Okay, we're drawing cards. We're doing the Tim Necrom thing.
Sure.
How we looking, y'all?
What is he drawing the cards from here?
From the Timna. So so Kyle took damage and Brandon took damage, so
Right.
Timna's trigger will stop happen.
Sure.
Then we played a Mox Diamond, played a Morphic Pool. The suspense is killing me.
Yeah, it's interesting because if I was right and he was thinking of taking somebody out with combat and then trying to go off after,
Yeah.
Alan's the best target if you think that way, and Alan's not under protection because he would have the most ways to still interact with a win, hypothetically.
Right.
But if you forgot that the ring exists,
Yeah. Maybe throws off your math a little bit.
especially because Alan had untapped and tapped it before getting back to his turn, right? So it having 2 counters on it would, in a lot of instances, make somebody forget that it has only been in play for not even a whole turn cycle yet.
Right.
As percentage, sure.
I don't think you play it, though. You don't want to run the risk of someone having a spell if you go for a Thorkel line and then you lose the game.
Now, there is decent odds of somebody having a spell.
I think that's... Oh, there we go. Okay, Underworld Breach has finally been cast. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. All right. We are under the protection of a Ranger Captain. Underworld Breach. The apple of my eye for the last turn cycle.
All you've been waiting for.
Yeah.
You're like, please,
Oh,
somebody.
Sweet relief.
Somebody resolve him.
Sweet relief. No one can cast on
I
creatures.
feel like Brandon sat his cards aside, just like, well, let him find it, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, this is his turn to do so, because this is the only turn he has to do so.
Okay, what are we escaping?
That breach card does seem pretty good.
Word on the street. I think we should... No, I play Yogwill. I want to play fair.
Yeah,
Okay, we have LED.
sure.
We have Underworld Breach.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have a tutor?
And they could just be very well saying, like, just vocalize what you're doing. Like, if you can talk through the line
Yeah.
and do it, not everybody will sit there and make you, like, go through it. Which I feel like he's just showing, here's all...
Yeah.
Everything's going in. We're gonna replay stuff. We're gonna do the things.
Yeah. Let's just see a tutor, and if the tutor's there, this game's locked. Intuition.
Yeah. Sure.
Okay.
Hey.
All right. There we go. That wins the game. Luis had me scared there for a bit with the Final Fortune. I was like, oh gosh, are we gonna whiff on this?
Like I said, I can absolutely see him thinking of trying to take out the person with interaction with combat.
Yeah.
It just, I think the game has been going on for so long that it might have just slipped his mind that
Yep.
Alan couldn't be hurt.
Right. We have the Brain Freeze. We have an Angel's Grace, which makes sense. We have an Ad Nauseam in hand,
Yeah.
so we can Angel's Grace Ad Nause. We're under the protection of a Ranger Captain of Eos, and we have a Savine's Wreck in case anything happens to the Underworld.
Just
Breach.
in case.
Yeah, we can choose not target under the One Ring protection. Or maybe they're saying you can't. I don't know. I don't know actually how that works. Can you choose something?
No, you can't. Well, as long as it doesn't target, I'd have to see the specific wording on that card.
Choose an opponent.
I believe you can choose, because choose shouldn't be targeting.
Right. Okay. So,
Individual wording gets a little awkward for stuff like that, but
okay, we have... We're doing the thing. Brain freezing ourselves. We have an Angel's Grace to save ourselves from the Final Fortune trigger.
yeah, as I say, I feel like he has shown all of the tech.
Yeah.
Which, you know, being under Ranger Captain protection as well is just like
Yep.
at this point you scoop it up.
Yep. Heartbreaking for Alan, Kyle, and Brandon. That was their winning in. Congratulations to Luis on your winning in. You're making
Absolutely.
top 16.
You cannot say that this was not hard fought. Everyone was doing their utmost to try to get there. So, you know, always good to at least have played your best and just did what you could, right?
Yep, incredible game. I thought all players really showcased their skill. I loved how Kyle put the win attempt early on in the game, really put pressure on his opponents. Luis scared me a little bit with that Final Fortune.
You just really wanted to see a breach in play.
I want-
You just like, please. That's all I want.
I thought that game at any point was if they saw the lines. And granted, it's so easy to say that from here because we're so insulated. It's so much harder when you've been playing all day. It's so much harder to compete than it is to be on this side of things, so it's much more clear, especially with even looking top down. You're just looking at the game physically different. So I'm coming from an ivory tower saying this, which I want to preface, but I thought that game was really close to over a lot of times, and Luis was the one who was able to find it. So really huge congratulations to Luis Timnakram on a really good run. Again, I've seen Luis play a lot of online tournaments, played a lot of top deck online tournaments with us too. Very cool to finally meet you in person, Luis. And yeah, it's incredible showing by all these players. They really, I think, showcase what their decks can do. Sucks for Alan, Kyle, and Brandon to not get the win in him, but congratulations, Luis. You just made top 16.
I was like, unfortunately, not everybody can win, but everybody did a great job. So that's the last round of Swiss, and I believe we're pretty much up against it. They were like one of the last matches playing, so we will have a short break while standings are put up and top 16 is announced.
Yep.
So we should be back in, I would say, less than 10 minutes. With our top 16, we're gonna at least get a chance to get one of those pods up, and then we'll see where our final pod ends up at. So only 2 rounds to go, but a lot on the line.
Pretty good.
But yeah, so hang out just a little bit and we'll be back shortly.
Thank you guys so much. before?
No.
It's really good.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. We are in top 16 of the Fishbowl 4. I'm Michelle Tanner.
I'm Lauren, also known as MTG_hotdog.
Hey, you remembered it this time. But yeah, so we have broken down into 4 pods now. Everybody looking to make some money regardless, make some points regardless. You know, everybody who's in here has accomplished a goal. It's just who's gonna be the top _hot dog.
And I gotta shout out my boy Matt in seat 4, rocking the MTG hot dog sticker on his Timna artist proof. So I mean,
As bonus points for you specifically.
Bonus points for me. We're casters. We can't be biased.
Yeah.
But I want everyone to have a fair shot. But I gotta love seeing the hot dog sticker here. Pretty cool pod. I know Ori has won Fishbowl before. I think this is maybe the deepest Ryan's ever gone on a major tournament.
Mm-hmm.
And Robbie and Matt, I talked to them. Matt was like in the 0-3 bracket last time I talked to him.
So this is the come up now.
And he clawed himself back.
He just said, "I'm gonna crush everything else."
Yeah. So incredible to see Matt. Matt's has placed really, really well at a lot of SoCal events. Really talented Tim Necrom player. All of these players deserve to be exactly where they're sitting right now, and that is at the top 16s table. Pod number 2 at the largest ever West Coast event for CEDH ever to date here at TC's Rockets.
We're happy to have you guys, and basically 5K on the line between all of these groups. What a thing to play for. But as we were talking about, you know, for the weekend, it's really the points. The Top Deck Series points is what a lot of these players are looking at because they want to go to that invitational. You know, they want to play for 15K and Pride. Yeah. I'd say the Pride is sometimes slightly more worth it.
Yeah, the boost to the ego certainly feels great.
The ego feeds last longer than the dollars sometimes.
Yep. And that's called content creation. But we have a cool pod. So Ryan Deed, top right corner, he's seat 1 on Rograk Silas.
Which is exactly where he wants to be.
Oh, yeah. He's stoked to see this. Robbie A, we've seen with the Buttercup Siste before. We've seen Robbie on stream a couple times this event. Robbie seat 2 on Siste. We have Ori Suin, who is already invited to the Top Deck Invitational, having won the Expo in November of last year at Charlie's Collectible Show. Is also on Rograk Silas, kind of a swan song to his, no card pun intended, to his previous runs on Tim Necrom. He is rocking the ROG Sai now. And last but not least, my guy, Matt B, Matthew Box here, Tim Necrom. A lot of artist proofs in his deck. He's actually been on stream on top 4 for us before. I noticed in the reruns, saw Matt B rocking his deck here before. So cool to see him back.
Familiar faces all around.
Yeah, this is an absolute pot of killers. I don't feel, you know, particularly swayed one way or another who's going to win. I think all of these players deserve to be where they're at. All of them have a chance to, you know, lock in their win to top 4.
Yeah, it seems like we got a healthy amount of interaction possibilities to kind of stop one person from taking over too quickly, right?
Yeah, it's tough. I think Ryan and Ori really want to get this game over as quickly as possible because the longer...
They're more incentivized to keep a faster hand. Matt, probably the opposite.
Yeah, Matt, especially being in seat 4, he's looking down the barrel of 3 loaded guns right now.
Yeah.
He either has to make a decision if he wants to pivot his game plan to try to keep up the pace with these ROG side decks, and if he does, Sisse will be the fastest. And if he doesn't, he has to play Fun Please. But if you're in a situation, especially being seat 4 in a multiplayer format, if you're mulling right now to interaction, you're playing to not lose rather than to win. The inevitability of these other decks is going to catch up. You're going to lose the game.
Yeah, so you have to find some solid middle ground to... You want to facilitate, but also be able to fight.
Yep. I do not envy Matt's position here, you know, as another Tim Necrom player.
Definitely awkward to be the last, but after 2 ROG side players, you know, like it's just, he's up against it, but apparently started out rough for this tournament and just, you know, just an uphill climb all around for him, but I mean, he's here, right? So
yeah, deserves to be here.
Yeah.
It speaks to his talent too as a player. Coming out of, I think he was 0-2 or 0-3, being able to climb out of, you know, what some people call the Swiss swamp, where you just kind of get stuck, can't get up in standings, and being able to claw yourself out of that and secure some wins and secure yourself a seat, some points, and prize support. I'm feeling pretty good if I'm
and Ori looking like he's taking a mulligan of a decent amount here, it's got to make Matt feel a little bit better.
Yes, if I'm Matt, the deeper my opponents are having to go on these mulligans, the better I feel. I'm
a little scared that I think Ryan might have just kept, though.
Yeah, Ryan might just cook them.
Ryan might have just like opened up on like actual just gas for days.
Yeah, we might see a windmill slam.
Like anybody who just says, "Yep, this is great," and is first see it, horrifying, right? Like you're just very scared of what they decided was the best 7 to hold on to.
Yeah, if I'm Robbie and Matt, I mean Ori's just gonna keep. I think Ori's on the similar trajectory as Ryan of I just have to win this game.
Right.
If I'm Robbie and Matt and I see Ryan just kept a 7, I'm just like, I guess chat can't see my face. I'm kind of making a face right now, but I'm so unhappy.
Yeah, like disappointed face at the mic, but yeah.
Yeah. I'm very unhappy to see that if I'm Robbie or Matt.
I was gonna say I didn't see exactly what Robbie ended up on, but I think Matt and Ori might have been the only mulligans. Hard to say.
I think we're deciding on a 6 right now from Robbie.
Is that what he's taking a peek at? It's always whoever's behind my camera or my mic stand is like the one I can't see.
Want to make it harder for you?
Yeah, I have to keep peering around but still be able to talk.
Okay, we are mulling. It looks like we're keeping a 4.
No.
A 5?
Yeah, I would say he's considering. Okay, he must have grabbed a couple off camera when he didn't see, but
we're
sure.
keeping a 5.
Okay, so everybody kind of down. Even more scary than the Ryan kept 7.
So we have Ryan on 7, Robbie at 5, Ori at 4, Matt I think on 5 or 6.
Yeah.
So we've mulled deep, and usually when you're having to mull that deep to stay in the game, you don't have interaction.
Yeah,
typically.
You kind of have to lean one way or the other as to like, I need to make my game plan happen and hope that that's enough.
Looks like Matt's going deeper here.
Gosh.
Love that sleeve color too.
Well, folks, this might be a faster game than we thought, just depending on how these hands end up. I do wish we could see them all. Oh my.
Mulling deeper.
There's just no land, I think.
No land.
You just had just no mana sources.
I think we're going to 4 at Fishbowl 4, trying to get into top 4. 4, 4, 4, 4.
Man, this is I think the most mulligans we've seen just all weekend.
Yeah, and I think this kind of speaks to the pressure that these players are under right now. Your hands have never mattered more in this tournament than
I mean, some things are just flat unkeepable, like no land, no mana. You have to ship it.
Yeah.
Or all lands, ship it. Like there's certain levels of you can't keep, but I think every time you go down, you have to be like, we're just gonna try.
Yeah, you have to.
Yeah, because I mean, the first turn or two, super clutch right now, and Ryan probably feeling better and better as all these hands keep whittling down.
If I'm Ryan, I'm like, if you're gonna keep forward, just get a better 3.
Yeah.
Just go to 2.
Just go down.
Yeah, just go to 0.
I mean, some decks can fire off on the back of a few cards.
True. I think Matt's biggest hope right now is a wheel. Okay. Oh my goodness. Leyline of anticipation. I'm like, this is a family-friendly stream. I'm really trying not to cuss right now. I was about to go nuts.
He's coming out hot.
I'm like censoring myself a lot right now. I want to say every curse word imaginable. This is awesome.
The solid turn 0.
Holy heck. Leyline of anticipation. So Ryan has been talking about this, and he kind of included it as sort of a tongue-in-cheek joke.
Yeah.
But then he actually like ran it in his deck list, and then it's come up a couple times now. He goes, "Okay, this card's gas."
When a meme is no longer a meme. But other than that, he just passed along. So Robbie just land into Agatha's. Sure.
He doesn't have to do anything. He can just
he can just wait. See what happens.
I'm like shaking right now, chat. Chat, I am shaking.
This has been your pet card.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, get probe on Ryan most likely here. So
so awesome.
Show us, Ori.
Oh my.
No one ever shows us. I feel very left out.
Please show the camera.
I get not wanting to accidentally like reveal, but it kind of hurts my feelings.
I am so happy on that ley line. Git probe, or he could go for a win right now. I'd be like, this is not impressive.
It would be impressive if Ori has a win, given
True.
how few cards he has. Git probe, it helps draw something. You have an idea, but no, it looks like we're just gonna get a little mana cooking and say go here. I mean, Matt also just not a lot of stuff to do over there,
right.
probably.
Oh, fetching in response, possibly.
Sure.
Ryan,
Matt very well could just be vocalizing land go or something
true,
too.
yeah.
So, for time purposes, this could just be he doesn't have anything else to do. Although it would be interesting to fetch with no follow-up.
Yeah. We might see a Surveil land here. Oh, Underground Sea.
Sure. It does lead you to think you might have something to do.
Yeah. Possibly. Or rearranging his hand a little bit here. Not sure.
We talking about stuff that happened? Looks like they're re-talking out Ori's turn there. I'm not sure.
Oh, maybe something got shuffled in on accident?
Maybe while we were paying attention to the top of the screen. Judge call. Yeah, maybe.
Interesting. Be curious to know what that judge call is. It's the only downside of not having player audio.
Yeah.
I want to be a fly in that room.
Maybe Steven will clue us in.
All right, Steven, knock on the walls in Morse code so we can hear you. Okay, I know what happened.
I guess we'll wait and see what the discussion was. It definitely seemed to be something about Ori's turn. I'm just not sure what.
I think he forgot to draw from Gitaxian Probe.
I thought I saw him draw.
Did he?
I mean, I just... He very well might not have. He might... 1, 2... Okay, yeah, that's all it was. It was like he was so low on cards that I couldn't remember the amount he kept.
Okay, so he did forget to draw off Gitaxian Probe. I believe we're in Matt B's end step right now. With Ryan operating under
Casting spell, you cannot not draw, because it's not necessarily
yeah.
It's part of resolving, like it has to happen.
We have a consultation. Naming. Oh no, did he name Crypt? I saw him keel over.
Well, we're going through some stuff here. Going through it.
Oh, we went to Necro. Okay.
Okay.
Fair magic card.
Taking a peek at everything that is no longer there.
Lost a chunk.
Yeah.
Nothing too backbreaking though. Adnos losing kind of sucks, but if we're on the Necro plan anyway, we're fine. Flashing in Rogue Rack.
Sure.
You really are able to play around Mindbreak Trap really well too.
We're in Ryan's turn now. Let's see what he's got.
See, I'm assuming Dark Grit.
Yeah, that does seem like the place to start.
Dark Grit into Necro, baby. Let's go.
I mean, if anybody has a way to fight it, this will be a decent test, right?
Yep.
Which map might? We'll find out.
Three
cards though. It's rough.
Yeah, it's rough
like,
out here.
Pitch effects just real bad right now. Can't really see Ori's hand.
I saw a Active Negation that he's choosing not to use.
We going downtown.
All right, we're drawing 34 cards and we're under a ley line. Let's piece something together. Ley line of anticipation. You side here first, folks. TC's Rockets, wrong side. Ley line of anticipation. Let's go.
I like that he split it up in a very neat count there, so there's no question.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Ryan. Okay.
Just down to a casual 4.
Yeah. I mean, your life total really isn't being pressured. There's no power on board. You're fine. No. You're big chilling, as the kids say.
Not dead to a bolt, notably.
Yeah. Not dead to a bolt.
Not that there's one looming right now, but it's just 4's always the safer number.
Yeah. 4's pretty good. Wonder if that's a nod to Fishbowl 4.
It's just for you.
He
He didn't know, but it was just for you.
A ceremonious 4 here. Mox Amber being flashed in. So Mindbreak Trap is live now. Regarding the ley line, Ryan kind of was ironically on it, is a little unironically on it now. I think we're seeing the fruits of that. I do know that new Otter is probably going to take the spot of this, but that's what made Ryan think that ley line might be a good inclusion. Well,
we got a couple of 0 drops.
Yeah, I mean,
a decent amount of mana to work with.
We have breach mana right now.
We do. We officially have a color to work with.
Yeah.
He also just hasn't played a land yet, so...
So I don't think he can, because we're in end step with our Necro cards.
Oh, yeah, I guess this all could be. I could have sworn that he untapped, though. I thought he was actually in his own turn.
No, so he flashed in Rog on Matt's end step, moved to untap, Dark Rit Necro, and then moved to end step to get all the Necro cards, and now we're in end step.
Sure. It's a little hard to tell when we can't actually hear it.
It's bizarro. Yeah, it's very, very odd. I think Matt's going, I have 3 cards in hand, I can't do anything. Ryan might run away with this.
Yeah, I mean, if anybody even has, like, a random, like, pitch spell... Well, I mean, you said you're pretty sure Ori had a pact?
I think Ori had a pact
that might be the only thing that anybody has access to. I don't expect Sisay to have, like, too much say right now with no mana and not... It's not that they don't have any interaction, it's just these seem the less likely.
I agree. And I don't think Ori's going to lose that pact, especially we're not in Swiss, so there's no I get a point.
Ori bottomed pact?
Oh, he did. Oh, okay. I thought I saw it in hand for some reason. Soul Ring?
Yeah, we got mana for days, folks. Mana for days. Not a lot of colored mana, but I mean, once you crack the LED, sure.
Yeah, we are off on the races once that happens.
Pedal. Discussing. Floating some mana out, casting some spells.
Floating a colorless Underworld Reach.
Does seem likely, right? A lot of cards in the yard at this point.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Nope, take it back. Maybe not. I mean, I imagine he's vocalizing something happening
here.
So
that Chromox should be tapped, Judge. Chromox was tapped from casting the Soul Ring. Just a heads up. Okay, there we go. Okay, we're good now. Yeah. Thank you.
Get a little confused with all the tapping, untapping here.
All right, so we are tapping Mox Amber and tapping Soul Ring for 2 colorless using the Mox Amber mana.
Sure.
Underworld Breach.
Hey, there it is.
Let's go. This might be the game.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of a test, right? If you're gonna pick your spots to try to stop something.
Well, I think it was Necro. I think shields are down.
Yeah.
I think.
Oh yeah, I mean, I agree. I could see.
Yeah.
You know, if you didn't get the maybe because you needed something specific, right?
Right.
Like maybe you needed him to cast more spells. I don't know, but.
Mindbreak Trap. He should be able. I mean, that's the only out here. Deflecting SWAT. Okay. Sure. Reasonable. So this is now the make or break.
He does have a pact.
Yeah, I think he's having the discussion. Do I use it? Do I not use it?
Well, the main problem is can Ori even pay for his own pact?
No, you're gonna lose anyway.
Like Ori could do this to just say I don't want Ryan to win, but it would be very difficult to make anything happen after that. Like he just won't be able to pay it.
Yeah. Okay, so he used the pact. We had a force. We are waiting now. But it looks over to me. It's not looking good for our heroes here.
Are we getting a tap here? Oh,
wow.
A silence?
Wow.
A silence.
Days.
What? With the Days backup. I mean, Ryan's drawn a lot of cards, but...
Wow. Winning this with no mana. MBT. Oh my goodness, Ori.
And wow, Ori's hand only counter spells here.
Wow. Just maybe saying I'm gonna get the stack. Maybe that's why Ori.
Yeah,
played
because
the pact.
I was like, if he can get out from under his own pact by
Yeah.
the additional counter, then he's back in it. Like he's not just dead to himself.
Mindbreak Trap is active for Ryan too, so if we are able to rip the...
This is all depending on...
Okay.
Was this flare? Well, or you just flare somebody else's.
Yeah.
You can duplicate someone else's trap just fine.
Okay. So we have Flare targeting Mindbreak Trap resolves. Mindbreak Trap... Ryan's Mindbreak Trap is going to resolve.
Yeah, they first and last out.
Yeah. It's going to clear the stack here. Everything's going to resolve.
What a fun stack of cards to figure out there, but pretty straightforward in that everything they just tried didn't work.
Yep.
They did make Ryan bounce. Yeah, that's it.
Congratulations.
They had more interaction than I would have expected, given how light their hands were. Like, just straight impressive.
I thought it was Jover.
I mean, Ori and Matt, between the two of them, cobbled together 4 cards to interact.
Amazing.
And Ryan just had answers.
Huge congratulations to Ryan. Ryan, this is your deepest tournament run yet. You just made top 4, the largest ever West Coast tournament to date. Congratulations to our competitors Robbie, Ori, and Matt as well on your top 16 runs. You guys did amazing. Huge congrats. I'm incredibly impressed by all of you. But Ryan, you're a friend of mine. Congratulations, man. I'm incredibly proud of you. You've been really grinding and working at this for a while.
Yeah, awesome. I mean, great job. This was a hard game. A lot of mulligans. Definitely impressive that they were able to, and it shows that they were skilled enough to really decide that that's what they needed, and they did. Like they kept the cards that were the most relevant. It's just Ryan had more answers.
Yep.
And that's how it goes sometimes. But great games. We are in the untimed, quote-unquote, portion of CEDH, which means that while we only have 3 other pods playing, we cannot be 100% sure when those games will end. So they could all end very quickly, could take a little while. So we're in a slightly indeterminate amount of time as to where our break will end up. And unfortunately, just can't really pull final, matches like over to camera. So we will be taking a break. So hang around, and hopefully sooner than later, we will bring you the top 4 and see who's going to take this home.
Top 4, Fishbowl 4. We'll see you there.
All right, be back soon.
Alrighty then. Hey folks, it is Hire and your boy Lauren talking. We don't have stream chat available, but I wanted to talk a little bit because I saw a lot of comments on what's going on in terms of players that are playing, and I wanted to shed some clarity. Currently in our top 4 pod, we have Ryan, Matt, Lewis, and Max. And this pod is very, very good. We have Rockside, we have Timnacrom, we have Nadu. Nadu's been freaking dominant and not as dominant as Rockside, jeez. But I also wanted to talk about the players, but mostly talk about what's going on with Wounded, because I saw a lot of comments about it. And I want you all to know that I see it. But the biggest thing is that Wounded has not received any penalties for behavior during this tournament. And I want to put that, make it as clear as possible. If there was any penalties for behavior from anybody, I was very strict about this during this tournament, and I have gone above and beyond to try my best to curb any sort of behavior issues. Now, I'm not omniscient, and I can't, say every single thing is perfect. But what I can say is at this tournament, if a concern was brought to my attention, that I listened with care and that I addressed any concerns that were being made. In addition, I have spoken with several judges about any issues that did come up during this tournament, and will be 100% making any suggestions to any rules that I feel may need to be updated, or but in regards to behavior, I think that this tournament we definitely did our best to ensure that everyone felt safe and secure. If people did feel uncomfortable, they came to me, we spoke, and we made any adjustments that we needed to make. Again, like I said, I am not perfect in any way, shape, or form, nor do I think anyone is. But I do want you to know that we worked very, very hard to make this tournament as safe as possible, including making sure people weren't cursing at each other, making sure that if that voices were not elevated, making sure that if there was a sense of feeling bullied or feeling like something was going on, that those people were able to come to me directly, and I was able to address those concerns directly. But I wanted to say that because I thought it was very, very important. It's very, very important to say something, and make sure that you all know that we are aware, and that because this is not a top deck ran event, that is why Wounded was allowed to play, because we just used the software versus it being a top deck event, top deck sponsored event. If you have any questions or concerns, I'll open the floodgates. Like, you're free to shoot me a message. I'm happy to take any questions. Do not blow up TC Rockets' emails, please. You can shoot me a message directly on Twitter. Is easiest because my inbox is open. So you can reach me out at Hire. Is there anything that you've seen in the chat? No? Okay. Thank you guys. And I'm gonna give it back to Lauren as we prepare for this next pod.
Cool. Yeah. Thanks, Alex. Appreciate it. We are setting up here. We have a stacked pod for this top 4. Seat 1, we have Ryan here on Rogside. Ryan put on the clinic on how to play Rogside this previous round. Ryan with the turn 1 Necro line was insane. Ley line of anticipation. Looks like they're taking their group photo here now. Seat 2, we have Max Sternberg, Wounded Satellite. Seat 3, we have Luis on Timnacrom. Seat 4, we have Derek also on Rogside. So we have a Rogside sandwich here. Seats 1 and 4. This is a 5K. It's the largest West Coast event to date. Super stoked to see. All of these players have worked very hard to be where they are. Shout out Priscilla in chat. What is up, Priscilla? My homie, good to see you. Thank you for joining. Yeah, and it looks like, too, Gold Sabertooth, Tim Toronto, he was playing in this event. He lost in top 16, but he did the art for these playmats. So we have beautiful Tim Toronto Gold Sabertooth art on display for us to admire and enjoy. Seats 2 and 4 have those. Seats 1 and 3, kind of a throwback here. The OG Fishbowl playmats. Love to see it. Looks like we are making mulligan decisions now. And yeah, I'm excited to see where this game goes.
We should be good.
We are setting up here, and I'm Lauren, also known as MTG_hotdog here, and I am joined by the illustrious and wonderful TC Rocket's own Michelle Turner.
Oh, Tanner.
You
can't mess it up. We have but hey, so yeah, we got top 4 all set up. I was taking some top 4 photos for them. But right now, everybody's kind of just talking out that, you know, they're getting the info on prizing and everything while they get set up. And wow, we're finally at the finals.
Yeah, I mean,
this 2-day 5K.
Went by
And
quickly too.
I mean, we kept everything moving at a good clip. Just shout out to the Rockside players for moving things along, keeping everyone in check.
Y'all did the most.
But yeah, I mean, no matter what, everybody here gets to walk home with some money, some points. I heard one of our players needs to catch a flight at 6, so no matter what, we gotta get this moving.
Yeah, that's enough pressure to try to win fast, right?
Gotta get me. I need to be at the airport at least like 5 hours early. So.
Yeah. Time to get if you're planning to play CEDH events, get your TSA pre-check now.
Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, I mean, it should be an interesting matchup with, you know, 2 Rogsai, Tim Necrom. These are all decks that move a little bit faster, I would argue, than Nadu can. So
yeah, I think Nadu's maybe the slowest deck here in the pod. Rogsai 1 and 4. As I said before, we have a Rogsai sandwich. We're looking to win before anything can really happen. And then Luis here, Tim Necrom, somewhere in the middle. That deck, Tim Necrom really thrives on being able to pivot between a mid-rangey, you know, grind it out sort of game plan, or you can turbo. At least I know the lists I was seeing and playing, you could turbo pretty easily with Tim Necrom. Not to the same extent Rogsai can, but a little quicker, or a little what's the opposite of quick? Slower.
You got there.
We found the line. We found the line, y'all.
And yeah, full house star, you got it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm mostly just curious because like right now I feel like the lower half of the table has all the interaction to kind of try to slow down the top end of the table here. It's mostly just going to come down to how much of it they have to fight both Rogsai players, right?
Yeah.
So going first, almost a hindrance in this case for, I believe, Derek's first.
No, Ryan's first.
Oh, Ryan's first. Because of the fact that he's going to get hit with everything if he has a good hand, right? Like, because they have to.
Yeah. Yeah, or it's possible that people are just trying to race the Rogsai decks, keep extremely fast hands too, no interaction, all
but I
gas.
don't think Nadu can ever be in that boat. I don't think racing is necessarily an option for them.
It can
Against this specific grouping?
It can do what it wants to do fast, but comparatively it's not as fast.
Yeah.
I mean, you can crank out Nadu turn 1, really start trying to do the shoot go thing, but you need a lot of things to go right. But it is possible though.
Yeah, it was like even a fast bird's only a bird.
Only
he needs
a bird.
help. He needs help to do anything interesting.
True. But I'm excited. I think Ryan put on an absolute performance for us last round with that ley line of anticipation.
I know you were anticipating it, and it mattered. I mean, he got to do a lot of cool stuff.
I just got word that there was a buyout of all Japanese ley line of anticipations.
No, really?
Related to this, yeah.
Crazy.
Got the MTG finance scoop that there was a huge I always pronounce it wrong.
Haruya?
Yeah. All the Japanese ley lines were bought out.
Stonks, just climbing.
New Rogsai staple. We proved you right, y'all. We're here. We're here to party.
Looks like everybody's still kind of taking a peek at hands here. I think Nadu's keeping 7. That's what it looks like.
I think Nadu's keeping 7. I think Ryan has also resolved his mulligans as well, so now we're just kind of thinking here in seat 4. Oh, no. Looks like Ryan is...
having a think.
Yeah.
I mean, he's probably incentivized to try to find a very fast hand, and if it's not looking that way, ship it, put it back, we'll try again.
Shout out to Turbo Stan in chat right now. Huge fan of your work on Twitter. It's true. If you hate Leyline, DM me at MTG_hotdog. I'm just gonna play you the footage of Ryan cooking with it.
He has made it look good the few times it's been on camera this weekend.
Hey, Papa Squats, thanks for coming out, man. Safe travels back to Arizona, my tried and true home state. Always good to see you guys. Thank you, you and the Tucson crew. Hope you drive home safe. It was good jamming some games with you Friday. And
yeah, a lot of people out of town for this, right? I mean, a lot of people have flights or some long drives back. So
I know Gold Sabertooth flew in from Buffalo, New York for this. So
it's a bit of a trip. I hope all the airlines are running well again after this weekend.
Yeah, the Cloud Strike meta was not too powerful this weekend.
I heard Southwest was unaffected, though.
They were.
So
they stay winning. Shout out to Nevi in chat. Actually, one of my favorite content creators.
Oh, nice.
He does pack rips that are incredible. I'm a huge fan of Nevi. We are still mulliganing. I mean, mulligans have never mattered more.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in the final, like you have to try to craft the hand, right?
You have to. I don't know if he's looking for that ley line again.
just a straight keep of like ley line and 2 cards.
Yeah, perfect.
We'll get there.
We got there, ladies and gentlemen. We got there.
I mean, I will be impressed if there is a turn 0 play of some regard in here, but you never know.
I'm gonna freak out if he ley lines again. I'm gonna go
you're
nuts.
not gonna be able to hold it back anymore.
No. It'll break the dam holding
like,
in.
That's it. This is my last. This is my last reason.
I think how are we looking, chat? Who are we feeling, chat? Based on the texture of this board,
are we taking guesses? Who's feeling strong? I mean, I'd say if you vote for Rogsai, the percentage is in your favor, if nothing else.
I'm gonna run this through the almanac here.
Oh, we got the data. This does seem like one that should have existed, outside of Nadu being fairly new, right?
Yeah, this for sure has existed. I think even with Nadu. And shout out to Datatog. Thank you very much for getting us this data here. Let's see how it's looking now. Specific pod results. Seat 1, we have Rograk, Silas.
I wonder if Ryan's keeping or just he's having a bit of a tank here.
Nadu, seat 3, Timna, Rome, and seat 4 we have Rograk, Silas. Okay, there's been one game
One
where this pod composition has happened, and I'm gonna take Nadu out of the equation here to see.
Yeah, I was like, I'm sure that shores it up a bit.
Rogsai won in that.
Well,
if I take
that would be my pick, my only slightly educated pick here.
Oh yeah. If I take Nadu out of the equation,
I think we're in it. All right.
There's been 38 games with this pod, with Nadu being at just a miscellaneous slot.
Sure.
Miscellaneous has won 9 out of 38. It's been a draw 9 out of 38, which can't happen, and Rogsai won the remaining. So definitely Rogsai as a deck favored.
So Ryan, getting a little mana going.
I like it.
Making some plays.
Rite of Flame.
Sure. Getting a little more mana going.
Rog.
Okay. Thumbs up all around.
Yeah. Jessica's Will.
Okay.
Both modes.
Conversations.
It's resolving. Okay.
All right. Thumbs up.
We're rocking and rolling here. So we're going to be exiling top 3, making 7 red. I mean,
it's a handful.
There's a magical Christmas land, I think, where he might just have it.
I mean, you know, fingers crossed if you're a Ryan fan that he's rolling out.
We have a Soul Ring. Losing the Adnaz is pretty crummy.
Yeah.
Might be incentivized to wheel here if we have one.
I mean, he has, I think, 2 cards left in hand.
Yeah.
So odds are low, but never 0.
Yeah, very explosive start by Rog. Kind of a rough Jessica's Will here.
Oh, we're tapping. We're doing things.
Okay, we have access to black and blue mana now.
I was like, mana for days, folks. Mana for days.
Yeah.
This is a very turboed out start with something that needs to be turboed.
We're wheeling. Wheel of Fortune on the stack. Amazing.
With a card left?
With a card left. That's incredible.
I was like, did I miscount? Did he have 3 and not 2?
Force of Vigor. Okay.
Mm.
So attack the mana a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think you pretty much have to, right?
You have to, yeah. And it puts Ryan in a weird position too, because now Ryan has to decide if he needs to make blue or black mana to prep for this wheel incoming.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably safer to go for black.
Yeah.
I think he just has more hits off of the black to keep going.
Yeah, I think so. You have Culling, you have Dark Rit, you have Cabal Ritual.
There's just too many goods, and I think he agreed.
Yep, great point. Great point. It looks like wheel's resolving.
I mean, maybe.
Oh, exiling Simeon Spirit Guide. Okay.
Sure.
Wow. Okay. And discarding a Pyrobust. So we had backup on counter magic.
Wow, that was, I mean, not a bad hand.
Not a bad hand. Incredible showing so far. Wow.
Even without the ley line.
Even without
the ley line.
Ryan said, "Heck it, I don't need it."
Yeah. He's got a flight to catch, all right? Yeah. He is not trying to be in here for the long haul. He's trying to move this along right now.
We're checking yards. I wonder if meme bet's a consideration right now. Wow.
And now it's if everybody kept a hand that they liked, not anymore.
Yeah, you've really thrown off the math now, I think.
Wow, Derek's hand. Woof. Ooh, he is not an enjoyer of this.
No, I'm wondering if Ryan, either there might be mnemonic betrayal considerations, or it could also be what free interaction has been possibly, or what interaction as a whole.
Right,
yeah.
you know what's dead, what's gone.
Yeah.
Luis just chilling on one red floating. Let's not forget.
Yeah. Go right it out.
It is over there.
Yeah. Too bad you can't move phases here and get rid of his.
Yeah, doesn't move to combat.
Yeah. All right. We need to draw the 7 here. We're waiting for wheel to resolve. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, it was like I think everybody's just kind of talking it out while they're looking at what everybody else had.
Gotcha.
And now everything's a mystery, right? Because this is turn 1.
Oh yeah, you've broken the game wide open. Grim Monolith.
Okay. Not colored mana, but still more mana.
Wondering if this is going to turn into a talisman, start generating some colored mana.
I mean, that would be a way to kind of wrangle this back.
Yeah. So 3 colorless here. So we have 5 mana at our disposal.
Mm-hmm. Taking a peek. Oh.
What a showing right now by Ryan. Really impressed by this. I mean, this just shows how explosive Rog can be, especially in Seat 1. High stakes tournament, have a flight to catch, gotta go fast.
Yeah, it's like, if there's any reason to start Sonic the Hedgehogging it up here. Wishclaw, okay.
Talisman. Okay.
Sure. Black mana gone.
Black mana is gone.
Could go find something to change that, maybe. Depends on. I mean, we don't know what he drew now, so it's kind of what's he missing? What does he need? Wishclaw does facilitate that.
Right. So one consideration we do have with 2 colorless floating, you can activate it. I don't know I don't think Breach is good right now.
I don't know.
I think you're like one piece away.
I think you would be too shut off to keep rolling out.
Yeah. Not seeing it here. Unless there's an LED in hand, you can start doing Wheel of Fortune loops.
If we get a peek at his hand, we would know. But right now, everything's just a little too far off camera.
Yeah.
So I'm sure he's having to think, looking at the hand, going, what do I need to wish for? What can I try to get through all of these now super unknown hands? Everybody with fresh 7s.
Yep. You also run the risk now, too. If you use the Wishclaw and get stopped, you've now given someone a loaded gun.
Exactly. And there could be anything in everyone else's hand now, right?
Yeah, getting a little nervous here.
Everybody looking at all the yards thinking, what could he go get? What could he hit? What can we do to stop him?
Oh, that's a good point. Wild in chat has a good idea. You grab the LED and then you crack your Nas from Exile.
Yeah, I mean, you really don't want to lose it.
Right. And we're activating.
This is us assuming that he doesn't already have the LED or like something here, right?
Yeah. Because
having a full grip and playing LED kind of be slightly awkward, you know? So making other plays first is reasonable.
True. Scorish said he'd get Apple. Yeah, no, I think Apple probably isn't the greatest Scorish. I love Scorish. Scorish is a good friend of mine. I wanted to pick on him. I wanted to pick on him a little bit.
I was like, I think Apple would be a bit of an awkward one.
Scorish, you're the apple of my eye, buddy. We're in the tank right now, people.
And yeah, the Nas and the Underground Seer are from the will that, resolved slightly earlier. So they're still they're hanging there in exile till, I mean, the land's not getting utilized on turn 1, but that Adnos certainly might.
Yeah.
We'll find out.
Oh, we're activating the Wish Claw. Do we hand it to the other Rogside player?
You never know too, like if Nadu just has like endurance in hand or something to pop the yard to make that an irrelevant thing to do, right?
That's a great point.
So always a consideration.
Yeah. I don't know though. I've never seen the endurance player win the game before.
Oh no. I've been brutalized in Modern because Murktide just sees endurance on a regular.
Yeah. Good job exiling now from Delve, bozo. Yeah.
You just hope they wait too long and you just delve out for a Murktide and you're like, ha, didn't matter.
Yeah,
didn't matter. I am super. At some point, we'll find out what he's wishing for here.
All right. Well,
definitely doing a lot of math, a lot of gears going, a lot of considerations. Everybody has a lot of cards in hand. No mana, notably outside of Luis still having 1 red floating.
Right.
I mean, whether he can do something significant with it, we don't know. It's better just to have it than lose it, right?
I mean, you're playing against a little less interaction, so you have to worry about 3 Mindbreak traps. You don't have to worry about Fierce Guardianships. You don't have to worry about flares.
Mm-hmm.
You're worried about Force, and MBT, and that's it.
Yeah.
And with Force, you need 2 blue cards, so those are a little worse. So really, Mindbreak Trap, I think, is the only real reasonable. But we're so deep that we can't play around Mindbreak Trap.
Oh, yeah, I think it's more of you just kind of have to pick the line that's the least scary to go for.
Yeah.
But you're gonna go for it. You
Yeah.
have to make it happen.
Yeah.
And I do think that Adnos is where we start trying to roll that out.
Totally. Counting cards in hand. Okay.
I like that he gave the Wish Claw to Derek thing because it just makes me think, all right, if I can't take this, the other Roxanne.
Yeah. Little Roxanne camaraderie.
I mean, I know Derek's last in line here, so it's just less scary maybe to pass it to him, but still funny.
Yeah. How we feeling, chat? This is turn 1, game 1, round 1. Well, not round 1. This is
the final round. The final round. I know you want to just run it all back again.
Yeah, let's just shuffle up and play again, guys. Come on, restart.
If this was round 1, we'd be done already. Shout out to the 2-second long game of our round 1 on Saturday.
But it is Fishbowl 4, top 4, final 4, turn 1. We've cast 4 spells this turn, 4 mana floating. Just kidding, I made some of that up. But it is TC Rockets, Fishbowl 4, top 4. And we are so happy to have you here with us while we are resolving a Wish Claw Talisman.
And yeah, always a good point that turn 2 is a privilege in this format. So everybody's going to fight for it.
Yeah, turn 2 is a privilege, and one that, I mean, we might not even see. Turn 1 might be a privilege.
When all you wanted to do was play the game.
Yeah. Oh, we're
in
passing.
I was like, we were in the big tank here, but are we passing? Is
the mana cleared. Wounded Drew. We passed.
Maybe he decided there just wasn't enough he could try to do that turn.
Yeah. Or maybe, probably setting up for next turn.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only thing you can guess, right? It's like, no matter, because I mean, he thought about it for a while, so if he just couldn't find a line to take it down, it is what it is.
Have a Remora.
Sure, a little fetch. Get a little mystical.
Oh, we're fiercing it.
Wow, he's absolutely not.
Nice.
Don't like it at all.
Okay, I think that's fair.
Yeah, I respect it.
If especially when we're in such an unknown with what the opening hand could be.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, turn 1 fish is still pretty good, and now we're going off of your wheel's now worse.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you just don't want to give the Nadu player too many chances. You want to keep them out of the game.
Yeah.
only slight disrespect to the bird, but I mean, it's just, you're not winning a long game with that deck here, right? So, and again, he's got a flight to catch. He's trying to be here forever.
Like, we just got to get this done, guys. I'm tired. I need to eat my $35 sandwich from Panera at the airport. We got to get this going, guys. Come on.
Yeah, and I mean, also just, it's mentally taxing to play in 2-day long competitive events, right?
Yep.
So there's always some level of, like, you just want to finish, no matter when you make it to the final, whatever, right? It's just, the brain starts to stop braining at some point, and just the gears stop turning as well.
Yeah. Usually when I'm in these pods, I'm on TikTok and I'm watching like the Family Guy reruns, and I'm watching where people are playing Temple Run, and it's like at the same time. I'm just sitting, chilling, watching that, relaxing while someone's storming off.
That was a fast turn, as he just, Luis just a little man ago.
Yeah, Chromox. Yeah, that wheel.
I was like, that
unkind.
wheel definitely hurt him. No land is wild. Derek, show us if this wish claw is gonna be a gift.
Yeah. You think he passes it back to Ryan, like, hey buddy, thanks for all you did?
Absolutely not. Pass it back to him and say go.
Yeah. It's for you.
Yeah. I think at this point you'd be much safer maybe just passing it across the table. I don't know.
Shout out Snooze.
Derek got a lot of
oh wow.
a lot of mana still, considering he got wheeled.
It's a pretty good
Well, he had a good hand earlier, and now he still seems to have a good hand.
seems a little better now. Shout out to Snoosk, watching quad split screen TikToks on repeat while goldfishing while watching us. Thank you very much, Snoosk. Glad to hear that we can provide a little entertainment for you. Okay, we are Yogg willing.
Oh my.
Very nice.
Doing a quick count here.
LED in yard.
I was like, the hand going to the yard, also a gift, apparently.
Yeah. Well, no, he'll get exiled now, right?
Well, I mean, if he can do stuff with it, it won't matter.
Yeah. So Yogg is exiled.
He essentially got to extend his hand by 7, right?
Yeah.
If you think about it that way, all of a sudden this is very scary, because one of those cards was already LED. So.
True. A very wise person once told me your graveyard is your second hand.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, for a lot of decks, it's just keeping track of how many things you have access to.
Yeah. I've always thought, my command zone was my second library in that same regard,
Like, what's notably in his yard right now? I mean, Necropotence,
Demonic Tutor. Necrodominance is pretty
Necrodominance,
good.
yeah.
Losing LED kind of sucks. Especially because your hand goes to exile.
The Necro would probably make the most sense to get use out of the LED.
Yeah. Totally. We have a Spring Leaf Drum, maybe? I can't tell what that's.
Yeah, it's brown card.
This is an epic gamer moment, chat.
Also very just curious what Derek ended up drawing into, right?
Mm-hmm.
As to how much he can do, and still has the Wish Claw, like still could use it this turn.
Yep. I see a Flare in Derek's hand. I also see a
Kraken? We Kraken?
Nope, that needs to go to exile.
No, because he just casted this tree, right? This isn't the replay of it, or is it?
With Yogg will anything that goes.
Oh, sure, yeah. I don't think he was. I think he was just tapping it though.
Oh. What are we thinking?
He's definitely in the tank.
Yeah.
He's definitely in the tank. And they could be talking, and we just don't know, right? Like, I think there might be some amount of conversation happening while he's trying to make decisions.
Totally.
I think I see a Reb in his hand.
I see a Reb and I see a Flare. This might just be, hey, be patient. I redeployed my rocks past turn, maybe?
Mm-hmm.
Cracking LED.
Could also just be kind of counting and
yeah,
thinking through how much mana he has to work with. Oh, okay. Good guy Ryan getting him some float here.
Yep. Some float. A root beer float sounds good.
Root beer is like my least favorite. So,
what about a cream soda float? Those are good. Okay. No, any.
I was like, we're gonna agree to disagree. All right. Well, there goes the hand.
Cooking up. We're tooting.
Okay.
Got a little toots action.
I mean, hand gone, so
Yeah.
gotta make something happen.
Now or never. Remember?
Mean bet, maybe.
Oh, mean bet, yeah.
I mean, he technically has 2 tutors, right? Like he has Witchclaw and this, so he can put together 2 things.
The only issue is not being able to utilize your graveyard. Gets a little gummed. Also, shout out my guy Samurai Dancer in chat. Thank you for joining us, my friend. And Martin's here, another Euro friend here watching us. Thanks, guys, for watching. Hope you're having a good time. We're having a good time in sunny San Diego.
Yeah, it's slightly too sunny, but you know, we're doing all right today. So yeah, again, assuming they're having some conversation about this while Derek's trying to think and make a play here. So we'll figure out what he goes for.
I'm trying to think of what
2 cards he can put together. Now, I mean, he has no hand.
Yeah.
So what 2 cards can he put together?
I don't know. I'm really I'm trying to think of in his shoes what I would be playing,
Right.
and I'm not seeing it. Looks like he stopped over a Dockside, but we have no red unless we have a Simian Spirit Guide in hand, and Dockside
it's like
counts
he's-
1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
So that kind of fixes our colors if that's the route we want to go to.
Can we get a red? I mean, we could get a red. Even I mean, Dockside wouldn't even be like amazing here.
Scorch says a counterspell is not wasted if it's on a Nadu player.
That's fair.
Scorish, you're a wacky guy. Can't keep up with you, man. You say crazy things, bro. Oh, we're thinking about the meme bet.
Oh, I mean, a lot of considerations here. Why not just play somebody else's stuff? That seems fun.
Yeah.
Like, what you got? What do you got? What do you got over there? A lot of cards in the yard.
Yeah.
So.
It actually doesn't seem too bad. Especially if you can spend mana as if it were any color.
Mm-hmm.
There's oh no, those are exiled from the force, the green force.
No, Force of Vigor doesn't exist. Or you mean something he pitched to it?
Oh, it destroys?
Yeah.
Oh.
I was like, that Force of Vigor just blows stuff up.
So we have Lotus Petal in yard then as well.
Yeah.
If this resolves. Meme bet. I'm sorry. Tainted Pact, Mana Crypt. Yeah. 2 blue floating seems a little tricky.
It is an odd color to work with in the lines you're thinking here. Springleaf Drum? Okay. Springleaf Drum does give you access to whatever you want.
We have red for a Rite of Flame or something. Not a Rite of Flame, like a Dark Ritual.
We wouldn't need red for that.
Yeah, I meant, sorry, yeah. Oh,
It is a
Dockside.
Dockside. Okay, sure. So, quick count. 1, 2,
3.
3. That's it?
Yeah. That fixes our colors. That's the
I was like that Wish Claw being on the wrong side of things.
Yeah. That's our meme bet mana, though.
Yeah.
Beautiful treasure token. Those are very expensive and
like-
nice.
Very shiny, very expensive.
Love those. Yeah, Dockside into meme bet. And we have a Diabolic Intent to be able to sacrifice the Dockside too.
Mm-hmm.
Activating the Wish Claw.
Is this gonna bite Ryan? He did give it back to Ryan. Well, I think Derek's also just. This is the turn, right?
Mhm.
If it gets back to Ryan, give Ryan another shot at it.
Yep.
But right now, it's Derek's time to shine.
Is that a Horn of Harnfell I see?
I think so.
Wonder if that's his hand that he left up. I don't know where that came from. Oh, it's an exile. Okay, that's what I thought. Oh, I see. Those were under his commander. So when he plays Horn of Harnfell, he doesn't need to take it out of the sleeve. He just puts that on top
Right,
of it.
just a flip. Yeah, sure. Makes sense.
Yeah. What's up, Blind Carl? Good to see you.
There are some slightly sad-looking hand movements. Not necessarily so. I mean, there might be some interaction on the other side. They just haven't been like pushed into trying to use it yet.
Right. I think if it was going to be used, it would have been on the Yawgmoth's will.
It's a good shot. Derek did still have a lot of cards in hand then, though.
Yeah.
So now it would be a fairly safe. You could kind of stop him from whatever. he can't. He can't show that he has anything. He doesn't.
True. We got 4s in the chat for Fishbowl 4. What are we thinking here, Derek?
I mean, if player 4 gets to take it down, the circle is complete.
Oh, amazing. Did we miss we made... Oh, there's Dark Ritual.
Mm-hmm.
Necrodominance.
Sure.
I thought Dockside would made 3. Oh, we used 1 on Wishclaw. Made 2. We used 1 on Wishclaw.
Yeah.
For Dark Rit.
Yeah, it was like he had to actually do the thing.
Gotcha. All right.
It's like, all right, I would like to do this. I would like to do some stuff.
Yeah.
I would like to make some choices.
This is nuts. If depending on what Ryan has in hand, Dockside hits for a buku amount. Silas is not in play, but Treasure, Necrodom, Springleaf, Soul Ring, that's 4/5. Seems pretty good. We can do things with 5 mana.
Not too bad for turn 1. Not too bad.
No, yeah, this is turn 1, by the way.
Yeah, just a reminder.
Yeah. What if he just full sends for the Born here? Think he might. Yeah, I think he'd be hard pressed not to Scorish.
Definitely still just taking a look. What's everybody got in the yard still? Solid reminders.
I think you can pretty easily pay like 35 into this. You have you only have 1 treasure though. You have to find.
I was like, we're gonna have to ship down to some amount. He's gonna hope to maybe find. I don't know. He's used quite a few like mana rocks and things already.
Yeah.
So I'm curious where he'll find the extra gumption to keep rolling out here.
Yeah, I mean, if you find Simeon Spear Guide and Treasure, you can Born. If you do find any free rocks, then try to go off, but it doesn't seem worth it right now. And Ryan's getting another turn, untapping with mana, some fresh cards. I don't think he Wishclawed for a Fierce Guardianship either. So we have, from what Ryan Wishclawed for last turn past, assuming it's not Fierce Guardianship, we have 1 tutor, 2 tutors now.
Mm-hmm.
If you can't win if you tutor twice, it's a deck building issue. And we're discarding Remora. Yeah.
I was like, quite a few things here that aren't necessary.
Yep. Looks like Tim Necrom and Nadu here are sharing each other's hands. Look a little dejected here, I think.
Ryan, thumbs up.
Yeah. Yeah. At a little...
I feel like we've looked at the graveyard so many times in this game. For being turn 1, there's too much in there. There's too much in all the yards.
Sculpt hand to stop win. I don't think he's gonna sculpt a hand to stop a win. I think going down to 5 just to not lose. I mean, maybe.
Oh, the card with a little Geary on it. How cute. I like that secret layer. I have the peaks from that.
Oh, nice. All right. What are we doing?
Right. Shoot your shot.
Yawgmoth's will again.
That I would also like to. I would like to do this too.
All right. I'm excited to see.
He also has the Wish Claw back, so I mean, I feel like the world's his oyster right now. It's just what can he make happen this turn?
No, I think this is Ryan's window now.
Because like, if nobody tried to fight Derek, even less likely somebody's gonna try to fight him.
Yeah, I can't see a world where Ryan's Yawg will resolves, but Derek's didn't.
Right.
I don't think people have.
Because I mean, they did get wheeled. They didn't. Whatever's in their hands was not by choice.
Right.
So there's a good chance that it's a lot of air.
Yeah.
Or in poor Luis's case, like not even land.
Yeah.
So I guess we'll find out. Because I feel like this is going to be the turn that puts it to the test.
Yeah, if we rip some sort of like Dockside, meme bet something. Oh, path.
Oh my. So interaction of some kind here.
All right, that's what we're using it on. Okay, all right. So path targeting the Rog. I think that unlocks the mana too much with the resolution.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense to me.
And said, okay.
We're gonna not search from the path. I don't know what a basic land is. I don't know why it says it on a card. I think that throws off the math a little bit. Priority's back on the Yogg Will. Looks like it's resolving here. All right, it's resolving. So we are under the effect of a Yogg Will.
Now we take a look at the yard for the 10th time.
Yeah. It's gonna change now.
It's like what do we got in here that we can do? Bring out a little bit more mana again.
Yeah, we can make a bunch of mana.
This also depends on what Ryan has. Like he can still wish for possibly more mana if that's where he's stuck.
Yeah. So there's a Chromox in yard as well. So we're probably gonna Rite of Flame Chromox, have to Chromox something from hand. That puts us at 3 mana. 3 mana can Jessica's Will and get us 7 if we target wounded. 7 red should be able to get us there if we filter it into.
You would hope so.
Dockside.
Okay, I mean, start out mana for mana.
So we have 2 red floating. Chromox.
He's just replaying his turn 1,
Yeah.
essentially.
It was so good.
It was a
again.
solid turn. It was a solid turn. He's gonna get a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
Like let's get set up here.
Go into the mana buffet. Do you guys want anything?
Yeah. A little bit red, a little bit black, a little bit blue, maybe. Let's find out.
All right. So we have 2 red. Chromox is good. Imprinting Thassa's Oracle.
Yeah. Who needs it?
You don't.
Not us.
Not us.
Not us too.
Later, nerds. Jessica's Will. Asking who has most cards in hand.
I imagine it's the Nadu player,
Yeah.
right? He tried to do like exactly one thing.
Yeah. Got stopped.
The true endurance test.
Yeah. Use it or lose it. I'm confused. Why did he return the Wishclaw to Ryan and not Nadu? I think just Rogsai to Rogsai.
Yeah. I mean, or could have just been thinking out that if he doesn't win this turn,
Yep.
the Ryan has a good shot anyway, so who knows?
All right, we're wheeling again with 3 red floating.
It's like also sometimes players are just friends and might just know each other and think, hey, like if it's not going to be me, I hope it's you kind of thing.
There's certainly that level, especially multiplayer. So notably everything that Derek discards goes to exile thanks to Necro Dominance.
Very awkward.
3 red. We still have the ability to Dockside
Yeah.
with the Wishclaw. That Wishclaw will up us by 1 as well. I probably would give it to Wounded with no charge counters on it because Nadu doesn't have
Yeah, I
grinding
was like,
station lines.
they can't really utilize it very well.
Yeah. Because number 4, Sergio. So 3 red floating, fresh 7s across the board. Fishbowl 4.
I'm gonna keep coming back to that.
Was there? Oh, okay. Rite of Flame was just discarded. Okay.
Definitely some conversation happening at the moment here.
Yeah. I think there's counter magic now. We've seen 21 cards now.
You would imagine there's a good shot.
Using 1 red. Maybe this test the waters here a little bit. What are we thinking, Ryan? Mana Vault?
Sure. It's a reasonable test.
Fishing for missteps? Any missteps? Anybody?
Thinking thoughts?
Oh.
Yeah, just can't see anybody's hand well enough to
Yeah.
even make a guess.
Okay. Okay. Missteps in the chat. There's a Force of Negation in Lewis's hand with a blue card.
All right. That's something.
So we're not getting out of here scot clean. Making 3 colorless.
Floating and floating.
We are activating Wishclaw. Okay. Perfect.
Get that last right. Just threw it over to Luis, who has no land in place. So
Yep. We have 2 artifact friends.
yeah.
Dockside count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Decent.
Yeah, it's not a bad one. Also, not something that can be force negationed.
True.
There are some cards that get away with not getting force negation.
Yeah. Only issue is we're running out of cards, but with the forces we do have the Pyroblasting Graveyard with Yogg-Will active.
That's true.
So we're not.
He's got a little bit of a fight.
Yeah, and worst case too, we can hard cast Fierce if we don't redeploy Rog.
Yeah. We also just don't know what the rest of Ryan's hand looks like, but face-up cards, I agree.
Yeah, count is 7. You are correct. Oh yeah, Silas is not out. Yeah. You're right. Silas is not on the battlefield. All right, big turn here.
Yeah, we'll see what he got.
The suspense is killing me.
Spending? What? I mean, I was like, we imagine it. It's the card that was spoken about, and it is. Thumbs up because they can't stop it.
We're counting 6. Let's go.
That's why you give Wishclaw away real quick.
Yeah.
I mean, he had to search it up anyway, but it's just funny that also like, nope, like, get that over there. Now you own it.
Paid for its own activation.
Yeah, basically free.
Grabbing our treasure tokens here. Hopefully Ryan does not forget about the protection that he has in the yard. Okay. The suspense is
I like
killing
they
me.
put the counters on. Like, he's huge.
Yeah, it's a 7/8.
I was like, those are yeah. There you go.
There we go.
I was like, we got 6 treasures. So colors, not a problem now.
No. They definitely are not a crutch right now for us. We were able to navigate this pretty well. Lion's Eye Diamond.
Colors, not a problem for us right now.
It's just awkward because we are under a Yogg-Will. So unless we're setting up for a big sort of Final Fortune turn,
Yeah.
I'm a little worried. But
I think he would have, like, I don't think he is in a good spot to need to pass from here.
No, I don't think
so.
he
If he can't win this turn, then I think he needs to make another turn.
Yeah. Someone's winning soon.
Yeah.
I think Luis, just from the way he's talking to Wounded, is getting a little trigger happy here on this force. He keeps showing it, hey, should I force that? Should I force that?
Yeah.
So I think we're starting to get a little nervous, I would say.
Because it's hard to find the points where you can, like, stifle somebody.
Yeah.
And sometimes mana's a good thing to fight just because they can only do so much in a turn.
Right.
And giving him access to so much colored mana specifically is a little awkward.
Yep.
Given the face up cards.
Totally. But we're putting a Windfall on the stack. Using our colorless red and using a treasure for the blue.
Mm-hmm.
And we are cracking Lion's Eye Diamond in response.
I mean, this does seem like something that they should try to fight over.
Oh, yeah. What color are we getting?
Probably black or...
Yeah.
Well, no, he might actually want the blue this time.
Black or...
No,
yeah.
it's black,
yeah.
sure. I was like, the treasure kind of has you covered on needing, like, a blue.
Yep. So discarding some counter magic there to exile. And we have priority here on Windfall. I think we're about to force negation here.
Which we know he can fight.
Yep.
It's mostly how much can he fight if anyone else has something to add to the mix.
There's a Daze in Derek's hand that doesn't do anything.
Oh yeah, we're past the point of Daze being a problem.
Yeah. Luis is trying not to use this force, I think.
Yeah, but I mean, we're definitely falling. Oh, a quick trade of the hand here. This is... We really putting the face-up information out there.
Yep. We're in a 3v1 right now.
So now they're having the... Well, if you do this, I could do this.
Yeah.
Well, if you do this, I mean, look how much I can't do right now.
What card is that? I did not recognize the art on one of those cards. Looked like a...
Yeah, I'm down a little too far for me to tell, but...
Yeah.
We can only imagine that they're trying to work out a way to not lose here.
Priority on Windfall. Let's go, team. We're chatting it up. We're chatting it up.
This also would be an endurance test.
Yeah.
At any point, like, if you can get those out of the yard to not let him fight.
True.
That would be pretty good. Now that the LED is cracked and he has no cards in hand.
Yeah.
That would tell me 100% that the Nadu player has no endurance. Like,
I'm not sure what the political conversation would be right now. I think it's just there's a windfall in the stack. Can you stop it or not? I don't know what the discussion is.
yeah, I mean, it really does seem to boil down to if you don't do something, no one's getting another turn.
Right.
Tossing a spell pierce to them on things.
Yep. Okay. And now we're gonna use the Pyroblast.
Sure. So here's our face-up card.
Yep. Windfall's resolving.
It does seem like we're going that way. Yeah.
Let's go.
Ryan said, please, a flight.
I have to go. There's a Lotus Petal now in yard, another one, a Necro in yard. Those are all going to exile from Derek, so...
Yeah, everything's gone.
Yeah.
Derek losing more and more cards to... If he is lucky enough to get back to his turn...
Yeah.
Losing a lot of things to work with.
Yeah. Definitely running out of ways to win. Okay, what are we cooking? 2 mana for Rog.
Sure. Rog back in it.
Rog in it. Which also activate our Fierce Guardianship now is live.
Mm-hmm.
We want to go for something a little spicy.
Which honestly makes sense that he would prioritize getting Rog back out now, because that's Fierce is his only card left there, right?
We have a Mnemonic Betrayal on the stack, chat.
Betrayal.
We can hear the cheers coming from the other room. People are excited for this.
Where is this betrayal?
If Ryan wins, I will have to run out and celebrate with him. I'm forewarning you right now.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep it in check now, chat, because there's not a winner till there's a winner.
True.
But
anticipating.
Yeah,
a ley line of anticipation.
I'm gonna get our group's flag out here.
you're getting prepped for a hopeful win. Not that you're biased. No bias.
No,
here.
I'm not biased at all. No, I think every player here deserves to be where they're at. But if I'm excited for my friend Ryan. If he does win it here, I think everyone's put up an amazing fight. But I am truly hopeful.
I mean, being wheeled like 5 billion times and still you're like just hopeful you have something to do. I don't know.
Yeah. It's
a lot of cards to go through and not getting a chance to actually like use them.
Yeah. If indeed there is a concession here, I will be running out.
I was like, politics in progress is. Can anybody do something about this anymore?
You can't tell I am ready. But yeah, this is the game right here, folks. This meme bet is the game, and we are. The whole table's like, really? Is this it? Is this our demise? I think they're trying to piece together to see if there's a win or a loss, but you have another wheel available to you.
It's just sitting on the stack, just waiting, looming in the background.
You have mana for days available to you.
I'd love to actually hear the conversation right now, because I just can't imagine what could you be talking about.
I wonder if they're like, can he win? Does he have a clear win line?
Yeah.
My heart is racing right now, folks. If we have our winner here. Can I get some 4s in the chat for Fishbowl 4, everyone? We are in the end game right now. This is make or break.
We've entered the end game.
If this Mnemonic Betrayal resolves. Shout out my boy, Samurai Dancer. Throwing some 4s in the chat. No one has anything that I can see.
Yeah, I think we might have just gone past the point of no return.
I think we're here. Everybody. I'm gonna.
We're all being just very patient. Well,
I'm gonna talk very quiet and low. My heart is racing.
I was gonna say it looks like we in it.
We are in it. Okay, we're gonna start playing Chromox, get some more mana going. I think Ryan's trying to see the mana. I'm trying so hard.
I was thinking that was his only real choke point is he just needs more to work with still.
There is a mana crypt in yard, and we're not color restricted with meme bet, and we also have a mana vault, Rite of Flame.
Yeah.
We have mana for days.
Yeah, it's just he needed that. He needed to make sure it resolved.
Yeah, we have mana.
If there was 2 answers, he couldn't fight through both.
Yeah. I do see that there's a Flusterstorm in Derek's hand. Kind of got flashed there, but we have access to every counterspell in the game now.
Yeah.
With the mana to cast it. And I wonder if Derek was just like,
here's some cards.
yeah.
Here's some cards. Let's find some things to do with them.
I'm really trying to stay calm right now. I'm very excited for Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, it's always nice to see your friends win,
Yeah.
so I get it.
He's been working really, really hard to try to get this done.
He was super stoked to make top 4.
Yeah.
You know.
He was shaking after his top 16 game. I'm like, dude, play your game. You got this. You know you're a good player. We're all really proud of you. You just gotta believe. I'm really, really dialing it in right now. I'm very excited for him. This looks like the end game. I'm not gonna.
Don't worry,
folks.
Lauren's halfway out of his chair, ready to run out of the booth.
Over till it's over, but this is looking over to me.
I mean, we're floating 5 billion colorless mana here. Still going through cards. I mean,
he has to show that he has the win, right?
Yeah, it's like, it's the finals. You don't expect anybody to just pack it in, right? But
oh, I would. I know I've lost this game if I'm not Ryan.
If nothing else, let him play it out for the camera.
We have a grand abolisher now.
Just in case.
Just in case. I think this game is won. I think this game is over.
Given a chance to show off everyone's cards. Beautiful, beautiful decks this weekend.
Yeah. We have so much mana. We have Grand Abolisher. We have Wheels. We can Final Fortune. We can... Oh, I'm sorry. We have Angel's Grace. So we can go nuts here. Yeah, make sure to... When you're using all of your opponent's cards, just mix them all up when you're done. Just shuffle them all together.
Or you can take some home with you.
You can take them home with you, yeah. And then you have a...
Definitely dangerous if you and an opponent share the same color sleeves. You can always gotta watch that.
But think about it. You can make a new friend that way. Find their Discord. Hey, you get to be mail buddies. Mail them something.
Yeah, that involves talking to people. Weird.
I am shaking right
Mana,
now.
so much mana. Mana to do whatever you want. Ryan do whatever he wants right now.
My heart is racing for Ryan right now. There has to be something here. I'm sure there is. There's enough tutors in the yard.
You would imagine so.
Yeah. I'm very happy and excited for Ryan. We're under the Grand Abolisher.
Man, one rest in peace and player to put this game in shambles.
Yeah.
It just wasn't even an option on the... I just was thinking, like, Leyline of the Void. That would do it.
Yeah.
It would be awkward.
Someone had a good point. We did have Mystical Tutor. We have the ability for Mystical Tutor. Oh, we also have Dockside again.
So many Dockside.
Yeah, we're gonna Dockside again.
For being turn 2.
Yeah. We can't crack our treasure here under a Grand Abolisher either.
No!
So we have 6 more treasure. We also can keep wheeling if we really needed to find gas somehow.
Yeah.
8, 4, and 4. Smart.
Yeah, it's like we're definitely not stuck on mana. It's just where's the last thing to do here?
We're Praetor's Grasping Luis.
Sure.
And we might be Thoracle Consulting now.
Yeah.
Is it
Luis,
okay if
it's
I
like
run out of the room if Ryan wins this?
It's okay.
Okay, I'll come right back to finish the stream.
Well, I was like, I mean, we're good.
Okay.
We'll see what happens.
I'm Michelle Turner.
What do you...
Tanner, shoot!
I think you just, like, got that
We
stuck
have
in your
it
head.
fast as Oracle.
Thoracle. Thumbs up on
Let's see it.
As much as I don't want to.
Demonic Consultation. Tainted Pact.
Sure.
And it's game over. Everyone, I'm Lauren, MTG Hot Dog. I'm gonna go run and congratulate Ryan. I'll be right back.
That's it. Folks, it's done. Ryan takes it down turn 2. So, a slower game, arguably, by Rogsai standards, because everyone got a turn. But, awesome. So, I know Lauren's gonna go congratulate him, but grats to all of our players this weekend. Super stoked to have everyone come out. We had 160 plus players over 2 days. Finally end up with our top 4, our winner, and prizes, points, everything you could possibly want. But we're super happy to have everyone join us, whether they're here locally or just watching on stream. Appreciate all of you. Yeah, I guess turn 3 is a privilege now. But thanks for tuning in, everybody. We'll be bringing you more events coming up soon. Just keep an eye on the TC Rockets, calendar, our social media, and we're always announcing things. And we have streams every week, so just check in. But I'm Michelle Tanner. That was Lauren, MTG_hot dog. And we're closing it out, so thanks for joining us for the Fishbowl 4. Have a good night, everybody.